Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, February the 22nd. What a date. It's 2/22/22 on Tuesday. My name is Barry Anderson, a moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and also see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, William. All right, so what's happening? So first of all, the trade of the week is GDX. If you got the email suggesting live, only on a pullback though, a pullback basically to this level here. I guess this was on Thursday, 33.55. So this is live if it pulls back to 33.55. Some buyouts this morning. MTOR is a buyout. In case you're wondering why the big pop, MTOR is a buyout. As is HMHC. So you see these two. I'm not going to talk about them. I'm just pointing this out. Well, I'm talking about them just so you wonder, well, why am I not talking about them? Well, they're buyouts, so probably nothing will happen at this stage. Now, DWAC. Yeah, DWAC. Huge move. Fading, well, quite a bit actually. I mean, when I saw this, it was at 108. Somebody says it hit 135 pre-market. I don't have that on my IB chart, but I'm sure it's possible. It hit 135 pre-market, but it is really starting to fade now, DWAC. But it is still up 13%. Oil plays, I'm sure we're going to see energy when I take a look at the sectors in about 9:20. I'm sure we're going to see that every sector or every stock in the ETF XLE is probably 100%. In other words, up from Friday's close. Of course, tensions again, Russia, Ukraine, potentially disrupting oil supply, gas, etc. So we've got a couple of ones that always seem to move. Marathon, MRO is up. Devon, I noticed Devon was up. DVN. I could probably pick any oil stock right now, but these are the two that caught my eye: MRO and Devon. This is from Indonesia. We've seen this one in the past. I don't know if it's specifically related, but INDO, very low float. INDO. Don't see any specific news on it. KPTI got clobbered this morning. KPTI on Chief Medical Officer leaving, and a big shakeup, I guess, in their in management. Interesting because it had a nice run, had a beautiful run here. Usually you see a shakeup, and if they released earnings and it was horrible, but it's interesting there was a shakeup. Be something else I don't know about. OCGN. You've seen this one in the past. OCGN. This is the stock that has that Indian partner. FDA has lifted the clinical hold. This is a virus play. One day I won't have to say virus play. I don't know when that day is going to come, but SKYH, can't really figure this one out. SKYH. Sky Harbor deal closed. Shares are now a strong buy by somebody. I can't see who it is, but anyway, I guess some kind of a merger. It's closed. So there is SKYH. A lot of China stocks are down today. Just pick a couple. FUTU, but there's a lot of China stocks that are down today. Billy is another one, BILI. QIWI, I think this is from Cyprus. Is there Cyprus? Yeah, Cyprus. So they are down. QIWI. Don't see any specific news. Well, that's a big gap down. It's a lifetime low right now. This could easily show up on my lifetime low scan. Only thing is, it's not very much volume yet, so the volume would really have to pick up for it to show up on that scan. Macy's, this could be interesting all day. You know, last time Macy's had earnings, it just sort of kept going all day. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, of course, but Macy's earnings play. The market is reacting extremely well. 300 million in the float. Next high looking left looks around 27.81-ish. I remember the last time I had earnings, it really, might have been here in fact. It might have been this month right here. Got up to 37. And let's see, PHUN, sort of a play along with DWAC, DWAC. It's funny, I didn't see CFVI moving that much though. SCVI didn't move much at all with DWAC. In fact, it's actually, I mean, it's really quite, there's a disconnect definitely now. Okay, thank you, Teltrader. So it's out of obviously for tax purposes. So that is more or less a Russian stock. Yeah, most of the Russian stocks are down. A couple of ETFs, as Teltrader is pointing out. We have RSX, we have RUSL. RSX, how much is RUSL? What does it trade? How many shares? Yeah, so obviously RSX is the more. This is the one that is traded more, RSX. All right, NVCT. Yeah, this has been super active, of course. Somebody said the spread was really bad. Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible right now. It's about 8 cents, but yeah, this is on the move here, NVCT. Now this is positive data. In triple negative, just looking to see what phase this is. I can't quite see what phase this is. Preclinical models, okay. So anyway, NVCT, another very low float, NVCT. Give me a moment. Yeah, I saw that documentary on. I didn't realize it was. It had just been released. I wasn't sure how long it had been. Yeah, I watched that thing on documentary on Boeing last night. Actually, yeah, it's obviously not great. I didn't realize it had been released this weekend. That documentary. So I don't know if that is actually, the reason why it's a little bit of a push down for it. It's only 1.6%. All right, PBR, there's another one. This one, Brazilian energy play. This is a nice gap up for it. Problem is, well, maybe not a big problem. I'm looking here. I'm just looking at the monthly chart. Looks like the highs are around 1630. So actually far enough away. This one can be, it's surprising to me because it can be a very active trader. Even though it has 3.7 billion in the float, it can be a very active trader during the day. Even though you look at the gap right now, 5%. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. 15 could be a stretch for it to get through, but good morning, YouTubers. Just looking for some other MBT. I think. Yeah, this is so another Russia stock, MBT. A big gap down for it. Look at the volumes on these things this morning. It's a big float, 281 million. A lot of volume already, down almost 10%. Saw DraftKings also. Oh boy, this what a fiasco this is. I mean, this looks so promising when this was up here at $73. I guess they just don't make money. I mean, with all the betting in the States and, you know, you name it, it's odd. They just can't. Obviously, they're just not making money. Then you get a hit like this, you know, their price target is cut to 55 from 65 by Canaccord, and the stock is sitting at 16. All right, it is 9:12, so let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, let's see how active the analysts are. Not that active. Okay, let me take a look and see if there's anything interesting. So I'm going to get them in here. I'm going to post them here. These are the upgrades, downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, here's an upgrade for DraftKings from Roth. One more to go. Okay, those are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. Look at the downgrades in now. Not sure if I mentioned FIX. Yeah, FIX was a gap down on a clinical hold. That's right. So we had OCGN with a clinical hold being lifted, and then FIX on a gap down with a clinical hold being placed on it by the FDA. A couple of downgrades for FIX. So we've got competing Wells Fargo downgrading DraftKings, DKNG, and Roth Capital upgrading DKNG. Let's see, we have a downgrade for CRNC from Goldman. Let's take a look at what that is doing this morning. CRNC on that downgrade. Downgraded to neutral with a target of 44. So I guess they must have had a previous higher target than 44. They still got a higher price target than it is currently, but anyway. And that is Goldman. Yeah, but DraftKings was sliding even during football season and the Super Bowl and all that. It was just sliding. I mean, it just hasn't gained any traction. Who knows? Maybe finally, you know, we're actually looking at fundamentals to a certain extent. You know, fundamentals haven't seemed to matter in some of these, obviously, in some of these crazy valuations. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, DKNG. I mean, with the alliance with the NFL, etc. I mean, they were flying high up here. Anyway, it is what it is, guys. Market doesn't lie. All right, we got a few here. Oxy and MRO and Devon. My guess, what time is it right now? 9:16. Let's take a look at the sectors right now. I will bet virtually anything that when I look at the sectors, the energy sector, every single stock is going to be at 100%. Let's see if I'm right. Not a hard call to make. Here we go, 100%. So what you're looking at here, these are the major sectors. So XLE being the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up XLE. The 100% refers to the fact that every single one of them are up from Friday's close. Okay, so again, energy. If you're going to trade an energy stock today, you're obviously in the right sector. As we speak, as you know, this can turn around 15 minutes from now, an hour from now. I'm not saying it would be zero, but it's not necessarily going to be 100%. So let's take a look at the other sectors. So right now, yeah, the SPY is weakening as we speak. So let's take a look at the other sectors, see if there's anything interesting. Financials, only 21% of them are above Friday's close. Yeah, there's really not another strong sector when you look at compared to energy. But we have some weak sectors. Look at tech, 14% of them, only 14% up from Friday's close. So technology weak again. Healthcare only 26%. I mean, this can change, of course. But this gives a bit of a glimpse. This is probably, energy plays probably strong all day. Unless they come out mid-market saying, you know what, there was zero threat of Russia invading Ukraine, then, the energy stocks will fall. But I don't think that's going to happen in terms of a press release of or news like that. So you've got Oxy, MRO, and Devon, INDO, though I think that's kind of on its own. This is such a low float, 1.58 million in the float for INDO. Okay, just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. I don't see. Yeah, that NVCT, got to be awfully careful. NVCT, what's that float again? Yeah, 3 million in the float, so you got to be awfully careful. I mean, this got as high as what, 850 or so. Big pullback down to 720. I think the definitions, let's see if I can see where the definitions are. Some of them are self-explanatory, but somebody was asking about the definitions of the AI. AI. I could have sworn there's something up here that gives you the definitions. Channel descriptions. Yeah, quickly, I'm not sure where it is. It is somewhere, but you know what? Why don't you just, if you send something to info, or if you go to the homepage right now, there are people waiting there, and I think there might be a PDF. I don't know how updated it is though, but I'll give you the homepage link. You can ask there. Thought there was something up in this channel that might help me, but I can't find it quickly. Personally, I don't really, that's me. I don't really care about what the definitions are. I just care about the alerts. For me, it doesn't matter from where they're coming. But I just got to give you our home page. Yeah, I had a couple of great days last week on Thursday and Friday. Okay. I know what tailwind means. It means something that is, got something behind it, like a tailwind. And starting to move it higher. But again, if you're really looking for the definitions, Well, if you're on the latest beta, the question is coming from our YouTube room. Can't the races to work? If you're on the latest beta, they definitely work. Okay, if you're on the latest beta. So I don't know if you downloaded the production version or if you go to the home page, download the latest beta. I mean, because I know they work from there for sure. So just quickly, if you click on my homepage link, yeah, so you have to go to, just make sure, somebody was saying they can't get the races to work. So you definitely need to be on, if you click on my homepage link, and then you go to the download section, you have to scroll up, and then if you scroll down, keep going, and you got to have this latest beta, okay? 0.67, definitely the races work there. And the 20% is still valid. I noticed it's still valid for at least one more day. 20% off using Chief, oops, all in caps, just a second. There's the promo code to use, but if you click on my homepage, you'll see it. Chief 20, you'll get 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. And we've had a pretty significant price decrease, guys, on our annuals, not the monthlies, but on the annuals. We've had a pretty significant price decrease. If I click on our, let's see, get trade ideas. So I know it looks a little confusing. It's marketing. The monthly is now $19.99 annually. Okay, and which works out to 160. Now that's without the 20%. You can apply the 20% to that, both on the monthly and the standard. Okay, you can apply the 20% to the monthly also, but that 20% you'll get it off the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But annual, we have dropped our price from, I think it was $22.40 down to $19.99, and I think the standard was what, $10.50 down to $19.99. What these refer to are what it would be on a monthly basis, okay, if you take the annual. But again, you can still apply that 20%, so that would be even less. Confusing? That's okay, ask me again, and I'll explain it. That 0.67 should have the snappy charts again, and the ability, finally, again, to adjust your column width. So you see, I mean, you don't see what I'm doing. I'm clicking on an alert from another, one of my other monitors, and it just, the charts now load again like they used to. Well, of course, the race has got nothing to do with IB, Syracuse. Yeah, but the races have nothing to do with simulation or Brokers Plus or IB. I mean, this is standalone. It's just part of the standard subscription. This has got nothing to do with simulation or... Yeah, DMSC, I have no idea about accounting, okay? Okay, so you can ask them. I have no idea. I don't know how it works. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Well, obviously the DWAC becomes really interesting again if it takes out 100 again. Now, I'm going to stick an alert around here, 101. See if it takes it out again. So Syracuse, I don't really know what you mean about because the races are completely independent. So I must not be understanding what you're talking about. The races are completely independent of, of anything. B plus, IB, it doesn't really matter. It's just other energy play guys, CVI, lots and lots of energy. Actually, but this is an earnings play, so maybe a little bit different. So this is an earnings play. The message is no data. Okay, I mean, can you reload trade ideas or go to account and do a reset connection? Not a lot I can do to help if that doesn't work, if you're getting no data at all. As we always say, always shut down trade ideas the night before, reload in the morning. I don't know if you did that. Try a reset connection. If you're still getting no data, do you see it have a green ball? Which means you should be connected. Thank you, William. I don't see a pre-market high of that. I'm looking at an IB chart that goes to 615 anyway. Maybe if I back it out, let's see. If I keep backing it out, I see something at 6 o'clock. That's Eastern time. I see a high of 113. I don't see. If I keep backing that chart up, I don't see anything before 6 o'clock. And that is, of course, Eastern time. But I'm just looking at an IB chart. I don't see anything before that. But be that as it may. Okay, guys, we've got a. What are we now? We are now open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so. All right, some early movers. Give me a moment here. All right, so far nothing in the basic new highs or lows. So the market is a little bit weak. The indices are down right now. A real cheap one here, guys. IMRA, a little bit of a pop. IMRA did see just modestly positive right now, only up a nickel, but did have some action in the pre-market. Got all the way to 177 or so. That Indo got up to 575, so it's at $5 right now. Very low float, 1.5 million in the float. And again, I don't usually trade in the first 15 minutes. And there's that. Okay, so from last week, this ANGH, one of the crazy ones, low floats, one of the crazy ones. This happened on, this was Wednesday. We had 3 of them on the Wednesday. The IPSO, this one, and a couple others. I guess that would mean 4. All right, Roadblocks, no, Roblox, RBLX, gapping down. Now this is an all-time low. RBLX, all-time low. Now, the only thing I can think of, Syracuse, if you had your races, trying to run your races in the pre-market, and you had a relative volume filter in, in your top list, then nothing will happen. Okay, relative volume filter used in the pre-market, that'll block any data. That might have been it. Wow, look at ANGH, guys. ANGH. Again, it's early. It is early, but ANGH. Meanwhile, Indo. This is a 10-day daily breakout. Look at the room it's got. The next high looking left is 780. I'm not saying it's getting there. Or am I right? Let me see. 579. Yeah, 579 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for INDO, but it's early. And it just got halted. INDO just got halted. Okay, AMC is sliding here. I bet you GME is doing the same thing. GME and AMC usually trade pretty closely. AMC, though, really sliding here right off the bat. Meanwhile, Macy'S, this could be interesting all day. Macy'S, I mean, it had a pretty big pullback, pre-market from 28 all the way down to 26. That's, pretty big drop percentage-wise, but this is an earnings play. But Macy'S may be, struggling against the overall market. I mean, look at the market right now. First the red bar. So Dow's down 300. NAS is down, SPY is down. So I'd be pretty reluctant to go long anything right now, even if it had, good earnings or a good reaction to earnings like Macy'S. Boy, AMC just getting clobbered here. I don't think there's any specific news on it. All right, INDO, where might you open? No real clue yet. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt. This is for INDO. The halt's at 571. No real clue though. 571, 572. So there's no way it's just going to open, I think, at 571. So if you were in this one before, of course, what you'd love to see is like something like 610, 612 on the potential open. But anyway, that can change. The halt was at, another one just got halted too. SJ got halted. Oh, on the way down. Cyan Joy Holding, SJ, just got halted on the way down. All right, we have our first AI alert now. So gold stocks, guys. You know, the trade of the week is GDX. I don't know if it's going to pull back. 33.55 is the trigger, 33.55 on a pullback. Okay. Okay, one moment, please. So both Ford and GM on the moving down, but again, it's early. It's early. Look at the bottoming tails, topping tails. Okay, the Indo just opened. So what did it got halted at 571. So this is not a big pop from there yet. Anyway, 571 it got halted. It's a little bit of a pullback so far. INDO. If it takes out that halt price, it could start to move though. It came out of the halt at just under 598. Again, this is not easy. These halts are certainly not for the faint of heart. Well, guys, so much for the Super Bowl really helping Sophie. SOFI, another almost an all-time low. Almost. Whoa. Yeah, hopefully nobody hopped into that DWAC. Look at this. This is a big... So, I mean, we have, our pre-market still just goes to 7. It's being worked on. I've seen prototypes going back to 4 Eastern time. Interesting. This is energy sector, ETRN. There's a gap down, a little bit of a gap down on earnings. Another halt, guys. ALLR. Man, another one on the way down. Boy, an all-time low now for ALLR. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Whew. All right, I'm just going to stick an alert around 574 for INDO. See if it comes back, takes out that halt price later on. Huge volume, of course, 3 million, 1.5 million in the float, so it's going to trade the float multiple times today. Oh man, Dave, I have no idea. People ask me about that. I've had this. I've had it for 5 years. I haven't. I have no idea what I subscribe to for IBR for IB. It's probably fixed. You know, half a cent a share, something like that. I saw Rocket had a, I don't know if it was an upgrade or a downgrade. Actually Rocket, RKT had an upgrade. That's not working yet. You know, Dave, I really don't even know. I'm sorry, I know that sounds crazy why I wouldn't know, but it's been 5 years. I haven't looked at whatever I pay. It just, I just have no idea. Okay, RKT must have been upgraded by somebody because I have it in my upgrades list, but it must have been upgraded by somebody also. Okay, OCGN sort of on the move here. I mean, this hit, I guess that news must have hit after hours on Friday, that the FDA lifted the clinical hold for OCGN. So I guess it got up to about 440 and all the way down to 373 this morning, or when the market opened, trying to come back a little bit. All right. Super cheap one from the AI, super cheap, IMRA. Now the problem I've got is that looks like, you know, all these little areas here in the daily chart could be resistance, all the way up to 2. All right, we're almost the first 15 minutes in, almost. All right, so there's OCGN. So this popped into my watch list. And now we're going to start getting some of the gap. If you're using my gap continuation or reverse scan, you know, I have a delay on it for 15 minutes. But now, wow, look at this. The market popping a bit here because look at Marathon, MRO. So that's a gap up and reverse so far. Again, all these tied to probably anyway, Russia, Ukraine. Okay, this is a gap down and reverse, real. REAL. This is an earnings play after hours tomorrow. So this is a gap down and reverse so far, and it's following the market. Okay, you can just see what the market is doing. Another gap down and reverse. Probably a lot of these are just kind of following what the market is doing. Okay, Pancho, so have you read or seen the video? Because I think probably the issue is your limit offset. Okay, I don't know if you've watched the video on Brokers Plus, and the second long video goes into a lot of the details about trading using Brokers Plus and also the AI. So I don't know if you've watched it. If you haven't watched it, you really have to watch it. Okay, my guess is that anytime if an order is not going through, it's because of your limit offset. And if you don't know what that is, please, you have to watch that second video. The limit offset basically says, okay, you get an alert at 404, but the stock is moving really quickly. How far outside of that alert price are you willing to take the trade? So if you have a limit offset of say 2 cents, you may not get any fills at all. If you have at 5 or 6 cents, you'll probably get more fills. If it doesn't make sense, please watch that second video, okay? That's typically the reason why trades aren't going through. And I'm assuming you're auto trading. Oh, they made a mistake? Okay, thank you, RKT. Or RKT. Thank you, EKS. Just very quickly, if you can see my screen, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so here are the AI alerts that made the cut today. So if you right click and let's see, edit the trading instructions. You see where it says limit offset? I don't know what yours says. Okay, I don't know what the default is, but typically, and I can't tell you what to use, but typically the reason why you're not, if you're trying to auto trade anything, and I know you're using the simulator, it's because the stock is moving too quickly. And so, how far outside of the alert price are you willing to go? That's typically what that means if you're not getting any fills in auto trade mode. Boy, that DWAC just got whacked. Wow. Yeah, there were no shorts available for me. Yeah, they still haven't come back on Interactive Brokers. Remember New on Friday? Had the big pop up here, NU, and then it traded all the way off, and now it is fading, NU. All right, I noticed that the AI wants you to short Indo. Well, if you're using IB, there are no shorts available. And my guess, no shorts available with E-Trade. Though, maybe William can help me on that one. Anybody with E-Trade, do you have shorts available for Indo, INDO? Well, it's really simple though, Syracuse. I mean, you can, the minute, there's a little pop-up that I have, okay, and it tells me immediately if there are any shorts available. So it's not so much a scan for it, but, I don't care so much about the scanning. I just want to know are there shorts available immediately. Okay, so this is a gap up and go, TGNA, and this is television broadcasting. Where are they out of? Yeah, that'll tell you immediately, if you get a big bright, but I think he's trying to scan in advance. But, for me, look at this MRO. Boy, I'll tell you, we had a big reversal, probably. Let's take a look at XLE. Let's take a look if it's just MRO. No, we had a big reversal in those oil stocks. Big reversal in energy, guys, when the market opened. Almost. I mean, I don't know what there any news coming out of Russia, Ukraine, but So, okay, so there are no Indo shorts available at E-Trade or IB. Okay. Well, so much for fun, PHUN, which was sort of tied with DWAC. Boy, DWAC is just getting absolutely clobbered here, all the way back down to almost where it closed on Friday. I hope nobody got nailed in this one. Well, the price of crude, yeah, up, but so why are all these energy stocks crashing? Not crashing, but moving down. There's DraftKings, guys. So DKNG, after slamming them in the pre-market, there was an upgrade. So there must be something. Look, there's got to be something coming out of. Let's take a look at RSX as an. Okay, there's got to be something coming out of this Russia-Ukraine, because some of these Russian stocks are starting to bounce here. Yeah, so Macy's might, the market does this. Well, a perfect circle, because I'm more of an intraday trader, because I'm an intraday trader, it doesn't really matter. It's only if you're sort of a swing trader that all these tensions are over from day to day, but intraday, you just trade what the market's telling me. That's all. So the market right now, it's trying to put on a look at tech, or NAS anyway. Positive. SPY is up. Dow was only down a little bit. Just got to keep an eye on for me, I just keep an eye on what the SPY is doing. So we're getting a lot of bounce plays now. All right, so if you have the AI, you had it up. This TGNA is, let's see if there's any news on it. It's been taken private. Okay, so this is sort of a buyout. So kind of forget about it. This is a buyout. Been taken private for $5.4 billion. So look at this, RUSL. Don't often see an ETF in here, but there it is, RUSL. So it's a okay, so now this is turned into a bounce play, the ALLR. Got hammered on the way down, got halted. All right, guys, Indo actually now has taken out that that alert price. I think the halt price of 571. There it goes, 571. There it goes. So I had my alert set right up here. And now it's halted, guys. So if you're fortunate, let's see what this halt looks like. Yeah, still 620, 621. Yeah, I mean, look, these energy plays that look so promising pre-market, they're all giving it up. Here's another little guy, DTSS. I think somebody was talking about this one earlier. DTSS. Another low float situation. This is a China stock, so I mean, this China stock did not, I mean, a lot of the China stocks in the pre-market were really moving down. This one, not really. And again, a low float, 8.9 million in the float. All right, guys, KPTI, it's from the AI, also from my gap continuation or breakdown. So, I mean, they had the big gap down. They've replaced their chief medical officer and I think others. But, I mean, it's definitely got room if it wants to keep sliding. The interesting thing is that this stock was really working well. Usually you see, I mean, there must be more to it, but usually when you see replacements at management level and especially the chief medical officer, usually that means that the stock has been tanking before and people aren't happy, but I don't know what to say about it. Pre-market low was at 950, so I mean it's certainly got room, but it's just sort of hanging here. All right, nice, William. So the 10-day daily breakout for Macy's, we had an alert at 2767, and again, as I said, Macy's could be, I mean, it's a little choppy in the pre-market, but now that the market's turned around a little bit too, undoubtedly it's helping Macy's. Russia, guys, Russia. Look, well, I'm seeing RUSL is showing up here, but RSX is I call it the. I mean, it trades more. That's all. So, but they're both the same in term. Well, this is a 2 times. Let's see what RSX is. That is a. I don't know what times it, but it actually trades a lot more. But you know, these Russia stocks are on the move here. Let's take a look at Yandex. Sure, Yandex has got to be moving, yes. All right, guys, well, let's see about this KPTI. See if it has any more downward pressure on it. I'm in this one now from the AI. Pretty tight stop. I'm certainly not going to obey the AI stop. You know, I will never let it get up to 1189 or 1159. But just want to see if this news has you know, a lot of can drive this down. If it doesn't move quickly, I'll just take myself out of the play. I'm in around 1080 on the short, so. And that is KPTI. Actually, I'm trying to sound like Sean Connery in The Hunt for a Red October. Oh, Russia. That's what I'm trying to sound like, but obviously it's not working. Mother Russia. It wasn't a Bond movie. The Hunt for Red October, that was not a Bond movie. You're thinking of From Russia with Love, I think. All right, guys. Just waiting on this KPTI. Yeah, I'm only going to give this a little bit longer, this KPTI. Well, if you can handle the swings in this DWAC, I mean, it is all over the place. Got as low as 85, now it's back up to 92, $7. All right, Indo. And yes, by the tone of my voice, you probably know, I got this one just before the halt. There was my big, I was saying if it can take out the halt price of 574, I'd be very interested. And now we're unhalted and moving. INDO. Oh man, this is I get halted again. And another one is ringing at me. NVCT. Oh, that's on the way down. NVCT on the way down. Okay, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. NVCT. All right, guys. On the Indo. I'm just waiting to see if this has any sort of pullback to 7. I'm taking some big profit out of this. Just waiting, looking at it. So the fact that there were no shorts available, IB or E-Trade, for Indo in the AI, that's a good thing. And the Indo, and again, halted again. Yeah, Indo halted again. Well, this was the one, obviously. I mean, look at the float, 1.5 million in the float. Huge volume, yeah. 220 times normal right now. That's what that relative volume is. All right, KPTI getting better again underneath where I shorted it, 1079. So it's underneath that now. Let's see if it can continue down. SOND, I don't have a halt for SOND. Now, it may be because the volume isn't high enough. I don't have a halt for SOND. Who's saying that? John? I don't have a halt for that one. You may not be trading very much, but I don't have a halt for it. Indo got halted at 10:06 plus 12 seconds. The second halt. Okay. What are the scans I'm sharing, guys? Halts resume scanner, right? What are the scans I'm sharing? So there it is. And that was that first halt. That was, oops, got to move down here. That's why I was saying, it takes out that 571, it could have a run. And, you know, does it always work? No, but it worked in this particular case. Obviously, 571, 726 now. Again, guys, halts resume scanner is available for me. Just have to go to my home page. In about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to go on my little spiel. Okay, just going to keep an eye on this Indo. Just give me a moment here. Okay, KPTI, now you're starting to work for me. See the pre-market, well, here's a pre-market low here at 971. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's moving in the right direction now after that little pull-up. And after that, pre-market low of about 940. So again, I'm not saying it's getting here, but at least it's moving in the right direction if you took that short. By the way, anybody new in the room here today, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. We still have, that promo code is still alive. Just going to pop that into the YouTube room. Promo code is still alive, so when you click on my home page, you'll see a promo for 20% off, and we've had nice little price reductions on our annual subscriptions. So check it out. I'll be going over this a little bit later. All right, guys, so I've taken some off now, this Indo, okay? I've taken some off. Challenge that 7 mark. I'm just watching it now, 715, 725. Wow, it's not over yet. Not over yet. Wow. Incroyable. For our anybody speaking French in this room? My goodness, what a run for this Indo. This is on its own. This has nothing to do with energy anymore, or the sector. All right, well, that KPTI, don't know how dynamic it's going to be. That's the only issue with it right now for me, KPTI. Look at DraftKings. DraftKings having a nice little surge here. Yeah, take your time, Ashok. Definitely take your time. You know, trading is not easy. I'm going to go over, the simulator and all that a little bit later. All right, guys, I'm out of the KPTI. I just don't like the way it's trading. Basically flat. No, man, just going to concentrate on the Indo now. DraftKings, guys, over 18 now. DKNG, over 18. Look at this, almost sort of a red bar ignored. Not quite. And let's see, the high on Friday was 1948, so it still has about $1.50 until it hits that little area of potential resistance. All right, so we're getting some topping tails now for the Indo. If you're in this one, just be aware of these topping tails now on the 2-minute chart. There's one on the 5-minute chart. Let's see what the next 5-minute chart, what time is it? 10:14. So this candle will close in about 15 seconds. Okay, and then we'll get the next 5-minute chart, or 5-minute candle forming. Let's see if it can maintain this area right here anyway. I think I know what my trade of the day is going to be. I do a video at noon. But just don't wander away from your computer. 1.5 million in the float. If you're in this one, do not take your eyes off this. Is there a default price alert setup? Is there a default price alert setup? I'm not sure I know what you mean by that, Phil. Price alerts are set by you, So if I go to a chart and I want to set a price alert for, say, an 8 break, I just go to the chart, I right-click, create price alert, and there it is at 8:01. I can change it, of course, to 8 or whatever I want, and I just save it. And there's the price alert right on the chart. So nothing is set. If that's what you're talking about, the price alert by default, no. But maybe I'm not understanding what you meant by that. Are you talking about these price alerts up here? Like a price alert? A price alert. The reason why we see these alerts is because they satisfied certain, what time is it now? 10:16? I'm going to go over this in a little more detail, but because they satisfied certain filter conditions and then they made a new high for the day, okay? I mean, so it's not, we don't know what stocks, here we have no idea. Well, no, all price alerts, they have to satisfy filter conditions. So for instance, the reason why we see new highs here, why we see OCGN as an example, is because OCGN, satisfied these filter conditions, stocks between 1 and 20, current volume of 8, etc. and then it made a new high for the day. That's why we see it. I didn't know OCGN was going to do that. I have no idea what stocks, when we start the day, what stocks are going to appear here. Price alerts are, there are different sort of price alerts. I mean, you can set it up for new 5-minute highs or new 10-minute highs. I just like to see new highs of the day. Does that make sense? Okay, if you're talking about this is just a different way of presenting it, okay? If you're talking about this basic new highs and lows over here, the typical way of showing, for instance, okay, over here, the 10-day daily breakout. Notice I see hook over and over and over again as it made a new high. I only see it one time here. I did that on purpose. It says DR, don't repeat, because I want to see the very first time it happened. What did it do from there, okay? This is just a way I like to visualize things. So we had the 10-day daily breakout for Indo at 933. Obviously it did fantastic from that 532. Okay, but you would see Indo over and over in this particular one. That's a typical way of showing stocks when they make new high. You see it over and over again, the symbol over and over again. Okay, here the difference is I will see SKYH, when it makes a new high. I just don't see the symbol over and over again, but I do see it at the latest time. Oh man, how good is this, guys, if you took the Indo? This is just a different way of displaying it, okay? So I don't want to see the symbol. I don't want to see Indo over and over and over and over again. I do want to see it when it makes a new high, and it's just the way, it's just another way of looking at the data. And I don't want to confuse you or anything like that. But instead of, again, having Indo over and over and over again in a list, I do want to see it when it makes a new high. I just don't want to see the symbol over and over and over again the way it is here. Yeah, so the offset price is basically, and I'm going to direct you, what time is it now? Almost 10, it is 10:20, but the offset price is basically how far outside of the alert are you willing to take the trade? So, and this is only relevant if you're auto trading, which I don't agree with, but anyway, if you're bound and determined to auto trade, fine. But what this means is you could get an alert at 597, okay? A real-time alert at 597, but for Indo, as an example. But the stock may be moving really quickly. So how outside of that 597 alert price are you willing to take the trade? That's what the limit offset is all about. So for instance, if it says minus 5 cents, minus 0.05, that means you would be willing to take that trade if it got up to $6.02. Okay, but if it was moving so quickly, even a 5 cent offset might not get you a fill on a stock that is moving really, really quickly. Now, if you're going to say, well, what should I use? I mean, if a stock is moving really, really quickly, I mean, you might have to use an offset of 20 cents, but that's not a recommendation or anything. But that's why I'm saying, I mean, I don't auto trade, so it's sort of irrelevant to me. But another stock may be moving really slowly, and so an offset of 5 cents might get you a fill. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, so typically at about 10:20, I go into a little spiel about trade ideas, all right? So, and Gump, when you say the 10-day daily breakout, I will go over some of that. These are just scans that I'm sharing, all right? So again, I welcome anybody brand new into the room today. Welcome. Again, the format. This is the format. This is not special because we're in this test drive. But this is what we do, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, I'm live on the mic. And what I do is I normally start off with my home page. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I don't have very much of the Indo left, all right? I got over 8, barely, and now it's pulled back, so I don't have very much of the Indo left. And again, you hear me say this all the time. If you're in a trade like this with 1.5 million shares in the float, that's very, very, very low. That's the number of shares available to trade. Look how many shares is traded today. 20 million. So it is traded the float. You divide 1.58 into 20 million, and that's the float turnover. So, I mean, this is incredibly active today. But you cannot say, okay, I'm in this one. I think I'll go downstairs, make some coffee, toast. I'll come back 5 minutes later. 5 minutes later, this could be right back down to 5. Okay, so just be very aware. So on my home page, when you click on my link that I put in the room, my home page, this is what you're going to see. So we do have a promo on right now. I think this code will probably disappear tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Now we had a price reduction in our annual plan. And this is how much Trade Ideas costs. Okay, we have 4 plans. So we did have a price reduction in our annual plan. I think last week it was about $22.50 or so, and the for premium, and can't remember what standard was, about $10.50 or so. So we've had a price reduction, but you can still apply a 20% discount. So here's our annual plan is 19, and why they're saying 167, this is what it works out to. Obviously, if you divide 12 into 19.99, you get this, but you can still apply a 20% discount to this, using that promo code. Okay. Let me just back up. I just want to make sure everybody understands this. Chief 20 for 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. So let's just show you what I'm talking about. If I do a purchase and I type in Chief 20, so that's what it is, $15.99, okay? $15.99 on an annual basis. You pay it up front, yes. And of course, or $9.99 minus that 20%. So that'd be about $800. Now, you don't have to go on an annual subscription. If you want to go month to month, that is fine. The 118 and 228, you can apply that 20% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. All right, on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. KPTI has come back down. I wonder if I'm going to take this one. Just give me a moment. Just watching it the way it's trading. There are 3 free sections. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon. And we have a lot of education right here. Click here. We have a big user guide, okay? I'm going to click on the user guide. So, for instance, if you're interested in what our racing is all about, okay, this is a big section on racing. There's a couple of videos, a lot of explanation of what racing is all about. So this is all sectioned, alert windows, top list windows, multi-strategy windows, etc. Also, if you click on the full table of contents, all searchable. So the user guide is excellent. But what I would do to start off is just take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Because this very quickly goes over the basic features. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows, all the way down to Brokerage Plus, this window that you see here, and the AI, which we nickname Holly, okay? So I would take a look at that first, and then you can take a look at the user guide, a little more in depth. Daily support sessions. So today being Tuesday, you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. I moderate a YouTube room. It's the same time as this, what I call the main room. This is what I call the main room. At noon, I do take a break. I take a break for about an hour between 12 and actually 12:55. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. If you have a lot more detailed questions about using Brokerage Plus and maybe automating your own trading strategies, etc., Michael is your man, okay? And he'll be there between 12 and 1. And I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break at noon. Daily webinars. No webinars this week. There should be resuming next week. You can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. Michael Noss, he put this together. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Starts off with what is a stock? And last, on my homepage, my scan. So who asked? Gump, I think, asked about how did I do this 10-day daily breakout. So I'm sharing a lot of scans right here. Just click on the scan section, and here are the scans that I am sharing. Okay, the 10-day daily breakout, breakdowns right here. I'm really paying attention to the gap continuation or reverse. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, gap up and gap down shared. Pre-market act is up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. So you can pick and choose which ones you want. Take a look at them, okay? Give me a moment. Well, too bad. I did not take the KPTI again, but boy, this is really starting to move down now. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, I tried to get back in it, but you know what? They're not filling me because of that uptick rule. I had no problem the time before for KPTI, but it's down way over 10%, of course, and I could not get the darn fill. But if you held on, if you didn't get, if you actually, the stop was way up here, there's no way I would have let it come up here. But for me, this is starting to work now, KPTI. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world or what broker you can use Trade Ideas, okay? So this is an example of a scan. Basic new highs, okay? And as I showed you before, any of the scans that I'm sharing, you can, if you want to see what I'm trying to do with the scan, all you have to do is on any alert window, just right click, configure, and then summary. Okay, that tells you what it's looking for. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $20. The current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares minimum, etc. Okay, it's not really important what, I'm just trying to show you the concept that if you're going to create your own scans, you would always start off with some filters and then some kind of a trigger. In this particular case, if a stock meets all of these filter requirements, makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay? KPTI. Oh well. So this has turned into a pretty good one from the AI now, 4.5%. The rest of them, nothing's happening. Especially the Indo. Thank goodness there weren't shorts available for this. Okay, so that is what Trade Ideas is. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. I'm sharing mine, but if you want to build your own scans, you're going to right-click on an alert window, configure, and then click on search. And these are all the alerts that we have. So I mean, I'm a guy who likes to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, but we have many, many, many other alerts that you can use. Of course, I'm not going to go over them all, but I'm going to scroll down. And then when we get to these icons, these are the filters. Okay. So when you create your own, and by the way, don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters that we have. One of the reasons we did this is that, we decided early on as a company, we were not going to force people to learn a programming language in order to create their own alerts or their own scans. So we've created what we feel are enough alerts and enough filters that for the majority of our thousands of customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. So don't get hung up on all of them. You don't have to learn them all. So again, with the scans that I've got though, you can always adjust them. And when I say adjust them, if you load one of my scans, you may not like the price range. You might say, well, I like the concept of this, but I like a different price range. Maybe I want it between 10 and 100. So you would just, click on the icon and make the change. 10, 100. Click on the summary, you see how it's changed right there. Now, I'm not going to do that, but you can always make adjustments. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, you might even decide, I don't like this filter, and you want to add your own. Okay, but if you're starting out, that's why I've created my scans for you. Also, if you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on the Dock Channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Each one of them is a layout. I'm going to click on the momentum scan. And you'll notice we've got something called an alert window. We call it Momo. So these are momentum stocks. Again, right click, configure, summary. You can see what it's looking for. Again, if you don't mind, what we've got here. If you're starting out, you might want to just use it. But again, if you want to make any change, you don't like that price range, you just go to the price area, and again, you can make the change. If you don't like that minimum volume, make a change. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe you want to add your own filter in. Maybe you want a different trigger instead of a new high. Maybe you want a new 5-minute high. I mean, it's all user defined. So I'm going to click on OK, OK, and now it's changed. See, it says 10 and 100 now. So what I'm really trying to demonstrate here, though, is that you can go to the different channels and start. Now you can say, you know what, I would love to have this one as part of my layout. So you right click. If you can make a change if you want, or if you like it the way it is, that's fine. You right click and you duplicate into free floating window. Notice now it is free floating. Okay? And now I can right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. I save it into the cloud. I'm not going to do it. I've already got it up there. So what I'm really trying to show you, though, is that now you can go to the different channels and you can start extracting different scans that you might like. And once you've done that, File, Load from Cloud, and you'll see them up here. You'll see Momo is here. All I have to do is highlight it, left click to highlight it, and load it. Go to another one, load it. Go to another one, load it. So Again, all I'm trying to show you is that you can take a lot of scans that we've already created and create your own layout without actually knowing how to build any scan from scratch if you don't want to do it. Now, one thing about this, if I go to, let's say I go to, I don't know, ETF racing. And again, if you want to learn more about racing and all, go to the TI, go to the guide, and there's a whole section on racing and what it is all about, how you can set up your own races. You know, I can't tell you what you should be looking for when something is, you know, winning a race. Okay, this is going to kind of be up to yourself, but you can set up your own races. You can set up your own races looking at stocks you only want to follow. We call it a, you know, most people, the whole world calls it a watch list. We call them symbol lists, but you can do things like that. But notice what happens when I go back to the momentum channel and I click on that alert window again, right click, configure. Then you might go, hey, wait a minute, didn't he change it to 10 and 100? I did. The thing is, though, is that these channels are for everybody. So you can make a change, and if you stay on the channel, your change will be in effect. The minute you leave it, though, and if you came back, it's not, the change is not taken. The reason being, again, these channels are for everybody, and the fact you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Wow, look at this SKYH. I mean, this was a strange one in the pre-market. Yikes, this is a strange one. It really got down a lot. And now look at it going, it's now a big positive. So when you say criteria, are you talking about an alert, Syracuse? You can have several alerts in an alert window. I don't. I usually only have one. But you know, if you wanted to say, okay, I want to see a stock when it makes a new high for the day and also a new 5-minute high. I mean, you can do that, but you know, you might get overwhelmed by the number of alerts you get. But that's completely up to you. Oh, are you talking about the races? You can only sort. You only pick, you know, something from your column, be it a change from the close or change from the open or some other, you know, something you've already got as a column header. You can't combine them. No. You can't have show me stocks making a new, like the change from the close and the change from the open. No, you have to pick one, if that's what you're talking about. So let me talk a little bit the AI. AI not having a good day today. We had great days on Thursday and Friday, but you know, it's every day is different. Well, you can have a minimum volume just as a filter, but you can only, if you're, again, are you talking about the races, Syracuse? Okay. I mean, a top list is just based on filters. You can have as many filters as you want. I may not be understanding what you mean exactly. I mean, this is a, let me find a top list window. 10-day daily range. So I mean, I can add as many columns as I want. Oh, okay. So are you talking about adding them right now? I mean, I don't. I think maybe now I understand. You're talking. Can I do that and that and that? I've actually never tried that. You know, if you're talking about adding a bunch at once, is that what you mean? Well, highlight them and see if it works. I've never actually tried that. I don't want to because, well, I'll tell you what. I'll duplicate the window so I don't destroy it. Okay, now let's just see. So, average number of prints, dollar value, and percent. Let's just see. And the answer is yes. Okay, so you can just, so I can go and add a bunch of columns at once if that's what you're talking about. Because I just added these columns all at once. We do most of the heavy lifting. Somebody asked about what is the recommended hardware for a laptop or a desktop. Probably, I can't remember what the minimum is anymore. You probably want to have at least 8 gigs of RAM. Okay, but we do most of the heavy lifting. If you want one of the tech guys, I don't know if they've updated it or not, but you can go to our homepage and ask the question. Okay, and just say, hey, what's the minimum? I think there's a PDF they may give to you. All right, let's talk about the AI, okay, which we nickname Holly. If you have, this is how I would look at the AI. Make it easy. Okay, I think I understand. Yeah, I mean you can just sort on the column and that's going to give you, yeah, I mean if you're asking about a combination, I guess not. I mean to me you've got a minimum volume that you're looking for or a minimum price range or a minimum this and that in your filters and then you just sort on the various columns to give you different looks. So this is what I would do. I would click on File from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Thank you, Vicky. So there you go. There's your minimum. Let's see if I can copy that in. See, sometimes YouTube doesn't allow me to paste a lot of stuff. Okay, I just was able to paste it in. So Prakash, if you look underneath, you'll see what it is. So again, click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? When you do that, this is what you're going to see. Obviously, AI not having a great day today, only one, this is the one I was in earlier. I did stop myself out, but if you kept it, you'd be doing okay. The rest of them, especially the Indo. Luckily, there are no shorts available for most of us for Indo. But this is what you'll see, okay? And you have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. I never, ever, first of all, I don't auto trade, so I never get hung up on, well, there's my entry. And I always check to see what the chart's looking like. So if I click on KPTI and it's 1086 and I look, and now all of a sudden, oh man, it's now 1083. Have I missed the trade? Of course not. Okay, I don't auto trade. I always want to see what is happening. Well, where there could be some support. If I'm going to short something, if I thought the support was too close, then I'm not going to take the trade. things like that. But what I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. And then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, as long as you do it before 9:30, the window will be blank, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. Just wait for the alerts to happen. There is no video that's going to say, well, this is how you trade the alert when you get it. Okay, it requires some trading experience. We always say the AI is like, it's man and machine. The machine is giving you the alerts. Okay, how you trade them will be up to you. All right, let me talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Before I do that, I just want to pop this video or this link in. Okay, so I just popped a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on this link, there are two videos. One is a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use trade ideas to trade from within trade ideas. Okay, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, no other broker. Don't ask about TD Ameritrade. I have no idea when or if that's going to happen. Okay. I know that's a common question. I just have no idea. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means this feature, this option is not available to use. It's not mandatory to use it if you have an IB or E-Trade account. It's just that it's here. If you want it, great. But if you don't have either of those two, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. And I always have to emphasize that because people sometimes come in at the tail end and think they have to have an IB or E-Trade account in order to use trade ideas. No, no, no. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use this window called Brokerage Plus, okay? Especially if you want to use it to trade or as a simulator. And that's what I usually go over. Well, not usually, always. I always demonstrate how to use it as a simulator, paper trader. So you'll notice in our toolbar, it says Brokerage Plus, and underneath there are two options. One says Live and one says Sim. So, of course, if you want to trade using your IB or E-Trade account, you watch that video, shows you how you connect, and you click on Live, and now you're set to go. Otherwise, use it as a simulator, paper trader. I cannot emphasize enough that if you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Let me show you what it looks like before I'm just going to disconnect. So what you probably see, it says not connected. And then you just click on Sim. And this is all part of our standard service, okay? And then it'll change the select account, and you just select simulated default trading default, okay? This is all part of our standard service. It doesn't matter who your broker is because it doesn't use your broker's data. It uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker to use this. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, no problem. You can still practice trading, and it's all part of our standard service. Super simple to use. Just click on an alert. See the symbol shows up here in the symbol box. You pick how many shares you want, the price you want to get in at. If you're going to buy it, you just click buy. If we're going to short it, you click sell. Okay, we'll demonstrate one. Let's say you wanted to take this Indo right now. Now, it's a wild one. Let's take... Now, I'd rather do another one. It's just too wild because I do want to talk a little bit about the concept of placing a stop. Boy, these oil plays. Let's take a look at XLE. I know look at XLE. This is the big ETF for energy. Just got thumped at the beginning. You're going to see most energy stocks look like this. Take a look at MRO. You know, let's take a look at Oxy. Just, you know, you're going to see most of them are going to look like this. Big moves down after being up in the pre-market. Let's just do the Indy. I just wanted to show you the mechanics of taking a trade here with the Indo. I'm only going to take 200 shares because I do want to show you the concept of placing a stop, and we'll go in at the market. The spread it's a little crazy sometimes. About 6 cents right now. It's reduced. Okay, so got in at 70 cents. Okay, I'm going to put a stop at 650, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. And you should see a red line, and it should say approximately minus $100. Okay, $99. Okay. So one of the things is that when you start trading, you should actually be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist that unless you can check every box, don't take the trade. Now, don't go crazy. Don't have 100 things that have to happen before you take a trade. You'll never take a trade. Okay? Now, I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. You know, my checklist, a lot of the things that are already checked for me based on my scans. In other words, I'm never going to have to worry that it's going to be outside of a price range that I like. It's always going to have at least a minimum volume that I like, a minimum relative volume that I like, and certain other things. So when I see when I get an alert, a lot of the things that I'm always looking for are already checked. Don't have to worry. And again, the next thing, of course, I'm going to click on the alert. I'm going to check to see the pattern it's coming from. What's the market doing? What sort of resistance if I'm trying to go long? You know, I'm sizing a lot of this up very quickly. You know, some experienced trading that I have. So, assuming though that once you practice trading and you're getting set with the sort of checklist that you want, now you take a trade. Well, guess what? Even if everything is checked and it looks wonderful, you know, it's got great news, it released earnings or has some news, or for whatever reason, you know, there's excitement about the stock. Maybe you know, some Reddit group has got a hold of it. The trade still may not work. So you should have a stop. How I trade, I always have a stop price. So there's always a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. In this particular case, I put 650 here. I wanted to make the math easy because you notice it says minus almost $100. Now, and that is really one of the key things about trading is where you might listen to me and say, okay, I kind of get the idea. I should have a price I'm getting out, but how am I going to know that price? Well, what I like to do is I size up what I think is no less than say a 15-minute chart or a 5-minute chart where I think there is a support area. So and in fact, this is not bad. If it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Now, if you're starting out, because you know a lot of times you might look, well, I don't really see where I think a support area could be on a 5-minute or a 5-minute chart. So to make it easy, you might want to say, okay, if it breaks down below the low of the previous 5-minute chart or the 5-minute candle, okay? And then that's a really defined price. You know, it's easy enough to start there. A lot of people will do that. So I recommend probably, you know, trying something like that first to make it really easy. It's a defined price. You don't have to worry about, is that really a support area? You know, it is a price. So once you've done that, that's going to share size you. How? Well, notice I took 200 shares. First of all, what I do in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade because that's the next thing. You know, if you get into a trade, okay, if it doesn't work, how much are you actually prepared to lose on the trade? If you have a $5,000 account, hopefully you're not risking $1,000 a trade. You know, your account may disappear really quickly. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade, and I always keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I'm always risking about the same amount per trade. So again, in this case, I purposely put my stop 50 cents away. You know, I got in at 7, and I put the stop at 50 cents away to make the math simple. Because that share size me. Why did I take 200 shares? Because if I take the difference between my entry and my stop, which is 50 cents, and I divide that into the $100 that I was willing to risk on the trade, I get 200 shares. So you notice the number of shares you take is going to vary from trade to trade. It'll depend between the distance between your entry and your stop. And you divide that into how much you're going to risk. So look, there's a lot to take in. I get it. But that's why you've got to practice, practice, practice. Our simulator, you know, practice in the simulator. Practice, you know, the idea of where you're going to place a stop. Practice, you know, your share sizing. You know, trading is not easy. Okay, so that's really it, guys, in terms of a you know, an overview of trade ideas and Brokers Plus. Again, watch the video if you have more details or want more detail about using Brokers Plus. You know, again, head over to YouTube at noon when I take my break. I will put the link in. Michael Noss will be there, expert user of it. Okay. Craig, good morning. All right, so this showed up on the TPX. So this is an earnings play, guys. This is Tempur Sealy. I remember that. It merged a long time ago, where Sealy bought Tempur-Pedic. Anyway, it's an earnings play, February 22nd, yeah, before the market opened. So it is an earnings play. You can see the reaction right now. Below that whole number, 32, which is really important to me. And when we look left on the monthly chart, there's room underneath. So trying to get this. Okay, so this is trying to get that short where I wanted it, and I did not get it. Well, let's see, because it's down more than 10%. And again, if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, the uptick rule is in effect. So what that means is when a stock is down over 10%, typically when you want to short something, you just go in at the bid, as long as your broker has shorts available, and you'll get an immediate fill. But when a stock is down more than 10%, this uptick rule is in effect, and what has to happen is there has to be some action at the ask, then back to the bid. And the problem is that you can be in a big queue of others that want to do the same thing at that price, and you may not get a fill immediately. All right, give me one moment, please. Okay, I got my fill. I did get my fill of TPX. I hung in there, so 31.86. And why am I doing it? It's coming in on my 10-day daily breakdown, okay? TPX. I don't know where it's going, but you know, I can look left and you know, there was a low down here of 29.84 in the pre-market. Hey, that's a bit of could be a magnet. I don't know. Okay, guys, so yeah, TPX starting to work not badly, not badly at all. No, hopefully you're not in. Hopefully you're still simulation mode, Syracuse, because obviously AI not having a great day today. The one good one though, I just concentrate on the ones that are up the most, and I forget about the other ones because I don't auto trade. All right, covered some at the 60 mark, guys, for the TPX. I'm not going to hang around. I want to make sure I get some profit on that. All right, now, if you want to get out of a trade in the simulator, you just highlight the trade, okay, highlight the symbol, and then you can flatten it. That'll get you out of a trade. Okay, I just wanted to show you how it's done. Of course, you could have picked a certain number of shares and sold at a certain price if that's what you wanted to do. But these are just some hotkeys. So flatten gets you out of a trade, half gets you out of half your position, or you could have doubled your position. Okay? Now, I like to show these columns here, today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from the exit price. This gives you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. So with the max P&L, that's telling me, okay, at the when I was still in the trade, this is the max I could have made. You know, so I can just click on the alert, and you can see that at one point when I was still in the trade, I guess it got up to about 740 or so. So if I had exited right at the very top, you know, that's what I would have made. Now, not a big deal. But what you don't want to see is, for instance, a max P&L of $500, and then when you got out of the trade, you only made 26, as an example. Okay? Now, this is great because now the next thing to look at is the distance from the exit price. When you exit a trade, what you'd love to see is a big negative number. Because what that would be telling you is saying, okay, great, I got out of a trade, and now it's way below where I got out. Where you could say, great, okay, I made a good exit. What you, of course, wouldn't want to see is a huge positive number, which means, man, I left a lot on the table. So this is how you can practice, okay? There's of course, there are two aspects of trading: when to get into a trade and when to start taking profit or get out of the trade. That's why you've got to practice. Can't emphasize it enough. Meanwhile, TPX, yes, I've taken some profit on this, but this is really starting to move down now. There's that low in the pre-market, 29, about $30. So again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it is a beauteous thing now. So again, if you won't short, I can't help you. Does info look if it's consolidated? I don't know what you mean by that exactly, Justin. Info where? Good, John. Yeah, you can practice shorting just to see what it's like. Oh, Indo. Well, you got to be awfully careful with Indo. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's kind of consolidating on the 2-minute, not on the 5 and not on the 15, a little bit on the 2. So if you want to understand the mechanics of shorting, just practice it, okay? You just click the sell button. And again, I'll just go over the mechanics really simple. You know, this is a really simplified. When you buy a stock, of course, you hope it goes up in price, right? So you click the buy button and you buy it, and then you hope it goes up in price and you sell it for a profit. But if you buy it and it goes down in price and you want to get out of the trade, you sell it, you know, and you take a loss. Okay? Well, consolidation is a tough one sometimes, Justin, but I mean, you know, we do have some consolidation filters. You can try them. I don't, you know, but you can try them. You know, if you right click configure and then search, you know, we have consolidation breakouts. I don't use these. I don't know if anybody does. You can also try the range filters. Okay, so you can narrow the range in a, say, 5 minute or 15 to a very narrow either percent or dollar amount. Now you can see Indo broke out. You can see Indo just broke out. You can experiment, you know, narrowing the range and say over the 15-minute period, very narrow range by using these sort of filters, add the filter, and in the max, for instance, you know, maximum, say 10 cents, 15 cents, or a percent. You know, you just have to experiment. I don't use any of these filters. You just have to experiment to see what sort of alerts you're getting. But boy, this one really, I guess it was consolidating a little bit on the 2 and boom. So at this point, you'd say to yourself, wow, I left so much on the table. It's going to happen, okay? It is going to happen, but that's why I just wanted to demonstrate, you know, how you can use these 3 columns to give you an idea, but how good are you managing your exits? Meanwhile, I mean, KPTI, I unfortunately could not get back into this one, but this is, you know, a great alert from the AI. Everything else is, you know, nothing. But boy, this is a great alert from the AI. This is one I was concentrating on. I don't care about the ones that don't. These only matter if you're auto trading. Okay, they only matter if you're auto trading, in my opinion. To me, I just concentrate on the ones that are, you know, working, and then you just trade around them all day. I just couldn't get back into the KPTI short because they wouldn't give me the fill where I wanted. Wow, look at Indo. Oh, brother. I'm not back in this. I'm completely out of that trade, but look at it now. And look at Indo racing ahead here on the in the top list. Now, again, in the race, how I use this, I mean, I haven't been able to concentrate on this at all. I mean, sometimes you're going to see something like this. I mean, when I see like a 10%, I'm really going to pay attention to it, okay? But I'm also using this, and again, I can't tell you how to use how you're going to conduct your races. But because I'm mainly somebody who looks at stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, I will miss stocks that all of a sudden, say, are in the middle of the pack, say in the day's range, and then start moving. I will miss stocks like that because, you know, they're not going to trigger for me. This is where the racing can help me. It can show me a stock that maybe has pulled back somewhat and then starting to move. Okay, because I'm not a big pullback player. But, you know, to play pullbacks, you know, the races can really be beneficial. And if you want more information about racing, please go to our user guide. There's no right or wrong way to any of this. Okay, so when you click on my home page, and you'll get to this right here, and there's the education section. Click here, and then click on the user guide, and then scroll a little bit down. I'll expand this a little bit so you can see it. And you see where it says TI stock race? If you click on that, you're going to have detail about how, what it's all about. You've got 2 videos, okay? So please, you've got to take some time. You just can't expect, oh, well, I don't know how to run a stock race, so therefore, it's useless to me. Well, please take some time to, examine it and watch the videos to get used to what it's all about. And that goes for really anything. It's like any other software program, there is a learning curve. What I don't want you to get hung up on, though, is all of the alerts and filters that we have, thinking you've got to learn them all. Well, I mean, will I ever trade a pullback guy, gear guy? I will, but I'm more of a momentum trader. It's that simple. So I decided, and that's one of the things about when you first start trading, you don't know what you want to look for. And so, sure, I was looking for all sorts of different setups. And I just determined that for my style of trading, I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see things near the high or the low of the day, not because when I get an alert and a stock has made a new high, I instantly take the trade. But that gets me interested because then I can look left on a monthly, daily, weekly chart to see, okay, where could it stall? Where's the next high when I look left? Okay? And I just decided that, that's the style of trading that I want. Doesn't mean I'll never take a pullback, but I don't have scans designed for it. But there's all sorts of different trading styles. Some people absolutely want to only trade pullbacks, and that's fine. There's no right or wrong way to any of this. But here's a way in which you can practice. For instance, if I said, well, you know what, I don't mind this Indo, but I want to take it right now. Maybe if it pull back, to this, let's take a look at a 5-minute chart. The low right there is 773, just for fun, okay? So I'll say, and I'd have to have us, I'm going to take 200 shares, and in both these boxes, price and stop, I'm going to put, what did I say? $765, okay? Here's how you can, you can take a pullback trade. You can practice. Okay, so I put in the price and the stop box, I put 765. How many shares? I click the buy button. And you will see there should be a blue line appearing anytime now. Okay? So if Indo got down to 765, it'll take 200 shares, okay? So you can practice pullback trades using the simulator. And again, like anything else, before you take the trade, you have to know, you say to yourself, okay, if it took the trade at 765, great, but where would I be stopping out if it doesn't work? And again, that will share size you. So, So if you're prepared to take this trade at 765, doesn't mean it's going to work. And you might say, okay, well, but if it hits down to 7, I'm going to get out of the trade. That'll share size you. You always have to have a stop. Now, if right now you decided, you know what, I don't like what the market's doing, I don't like how it's trading anymore, I don't want this trade. I don't want to take this, even if it gets down to 765. You just go to the order section, and right here, right click, and cancel order. Okay. And then the order is canceled. Okay, so now you see the blue line has disappeared. Okay? But there's absolutely nothing wrong with trading pullbacks if you get the setup you like. You're right, the home builders, yes. KHC, I'm noticing this one is starting to, this had a great 4-day run. And it's over the 200-day moving average, KHC. My guess is that if we look at the home builders, Lennar, LEN probably is up also. I did not take HD. I don't even see H. You know, one of the reasons is it's way outside the price range that I like to trade. Doesn't mean it's bad, okay? But no, I did not. Yeah, I typically don't trade anything over, well, say $50. Most of my scans are up to about 30. So no, I did not take it. Doesn't mean, you know, that of course you or anybody else shouldn't trade that price range. It's just what I'm comfortable trading. But yeah, I mean it's a great drop. Oh, you're right. It is not a. I was thinking of KBH. You're right. Well, let's see if KBH is. And okay, so wrong. Why did somebody say the home builders were up? Oh, down. Sorry, got excited there. Yeah, KHC I think was an earnings play last week, right? Yeah, February 16th, right here. So it's had a nice run from its earnings release. The next day it got to the 200-day. Friday, it sat on it for a while, and now it's continuing. Sorry about that. I thought I read home builders were up. Oh, absolutely. The best play, TPX was not, but my best ones from the 10-day daily breakdown. Usually it could be an earnings play or some news and making an all-time low. I mean, TPX is still good. Don't get me wrong, but if it was an all-time low, it is even better for me anyway. Well, boy, this Indo is just won't give up yet. Big bottoming tail here. I'm assuming that this is probably some kind of a Reddit, or they've got a hold of this one. They love these. I mean, 1.5 million in the float, 13% short float percent. Yeah, Macy's is now taking a big dive down. Wouldn't surprise me if it goes negative. And it's basically following the market now. Following the market. Look at the 15 minute, 15 minute, 15 minute. Yeah, somebody has a hold of it. There's no question. I don't know if it's a meme stock today, but somebody's got a hold of this because there is no specific news on it that I can see. And certainly, being an energy stock, you know, XLE got really slammed at the beginning. Look at that. Let's take a look. Let's take a look now. Usually I do this about an hour in, but let's take a look at the sectors. I'm sure we're going to see a big difference now. Certainly in the energy. Because when we looked, every energy stock was up from Friday's close. Now only about 50% of them are up. Okay? Yeah, tech is about the same. I think it was about 18%. Now it's 20%. So the big difference, of course, is in energy. The huge difference is in all the energy stocks. Again, at one point, 100% of them were from Friday's close. Well, guys, TPX is turning into an awesome short now. Mr. Craig, did you take it? 32.01. We're getting close to almost $1. I was in at 31.86. I took some out at 31.60, covered some at 31.60. I'm just going to let the rest see what happens at 31. I single out Craig because we 3 months ago when this was turned into an awesome scan. You don't get too many. You do not get too many. But it's the way I like it. I don't want to see a lot in a scan. It's funny, the ETRN I sort of dismissed because at the beginning of the day, of course, energy was so hot. But this is actually 13% above an all-time low. But it looks like there's pretty decent support here. Not that far away, so. Well, guys, you know my breaking down in volume, TPX, I have a little wow alert. There's my sound alert. And so it is wowing at me. Well, if you look at Indo, I mean, if we want to think this is resistance, I mean, just look left. I mean, it still has a little bit of room until it hits that high. 921. So what did it get it? What did it get to? 890. So you know there's your area right there. Meanwhile, ketchup, mustard, and relish. Look at this. KHC, just absolutely, yeah. Having a great day. Looking at the next high, looking left on the weekly chart, 39.87. Looks like around 39.87. After that, 41.02. What a great week it had. So this is, you know, running complete. This is an alpha stock, guys. You hear us talk sometimes about alpha stocks. This is an alpha stock because it's not caring at all about what the rest of the market's doing. I mean, look what the market's doing now. Doesn't care. Okay, so here's a way in you can do it. Faisal, if you click on Windows, I think this is what you're looking at. You can click on Show All. That'll get everything up. Well, I think it depends if you're talking about down here in the taskbar, but I'm talking about here. If he's got nothing, if he wants to load every single window, you just click on Windows and then Show All. Yeah, it's a dock, okay. So these are four. This is the dock version. I'm just answering somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. So if you want this, guys, I've got this breaking down, breaking up on volume. Okay. This is a very active scanner. Okay. So when things are a little bit, dead for my other scans, this is definitely a very active scanner. This is the dock version of it. Okay, I just pop the link in. Oh man, TPX now took out that whole number. Where it goes from here. I have to break this weekly chart down a little bit more just to see where the next low is. And the answer is 28.53 is the next low on the weekly chart. So, I mean, in theory, it still has room. In theory. You're talking about TPX? Yeah, but listen, don't listen to me. If you took this trade, you have to manage the trade on your own. But yes, I'm still holding. I did take some out, 3160 from 3186, and now I'm just going to see what happens. If it pops over 31, I'll probably get out a lot more. But don't listen to me, okay? You have to, that's why you have to practice trading. You have to come up with a trading style and plan of your own. And I'm not just talking to you, Ram. Yeah, ABC specifically, I don't know, Faisal. What you might want to do is some of the other traders have different trading styles from me, and so if you go to our homepage, you can ask maybe one of the other traders has something regarding an ABC pattern. Okay, I'll give you the homepage link. I don't. I just don't. So, and if you click on their scans, I don't think anything specifically says ABC. Okay. So again, if you click on the home page, and this is what you'll see pop up: questions and answers. Okay. So you can just say, hey, did any of you traders have anything regarding an ABC pattern? So the moving averages I have on the chart are, the blue line is a 20 SMA and the orange line is an 8 EMA. Okay, and on my daily chart I have the 200 SMA. Now, do I use them? I don't pay a lot of attention, unless I'm, really fixating on a trade and I happen to see a cross or something that, but I admit I don't pay a lot of attention. And that is not to say anybody else shouldn't. Okay, guys, that got me out of the TPX. Okay. So now at this point I'm in nothing, and which is good. I'll be taking my break pretty soon, so about 20 minutes. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is interesting happening. I don't see anything. All right, so what the SPY is doing now, so we had that an hour, especially this half hour right here, and an hour though of red candles. Now maybe we're putting a little bit of a base in, maybe. See that green candle right here? Time is at 11:35, so this still has about 10 minutes to close. We'll see if we're putting in a base in here, and maybe we have a little move back. The Golden Ocean Group Limited, GOGL, another, boy, this has had a great month. From $9 to almost 13. All right, guys, this is, wow. Look at STEM here. STEM is an all-time low right now and underneath that magic 10. And it is shortable at Interactive Broker. Lots of shorts available, 3.3 million. Let's take a million, right? I'm kidding. But seriously, there are a lot of shorts available, which means probably available at many brokerage platforms. And this is not down 10%, so easy enough to get these shorts. I'm going to watch this one to see how well it holds underneath 10, and I may pounce on this short. Maybe it gets into the 980s. That is what I may do, okay? I'm not saying that that's what you should do. But, all-time low, has earnings on the 24th. And that is showing up on my gap continuation or reverse. This is a gap down and go. So a gap down and it kept going down. Now, you had a pull up here, of course. What's the volume like? Volume is not incredible. It's 1.6 times normal, which is not incredible, but taking out 10 is such a psychological number. All right, guys, so that little green bar was short-lived maybe. It is now red again on the SPY chart. I mean, it's, you know, it's actually, we have a bit of a doji going here, topping tail, bottoming tail. So direction uncertain still. See, the problem with STEM is that, I mean, you know, 1.6 times normal. I like to see it a lot higher, a little more action, but just keep an eye on this one to see if it really takes out 10. An all-time low. So, just to show you, you know, the mechanics of shorting. So if I wanted to short this one, pick how many shares. Let's just do, you know, 200 shares. There's a 1 cent spread. I just click the sell button. That's it. Okay. So again, I think I got sidetracked here. I was demonstrating, you know, when you buy a stock, of course you hope it goes up, and then you sell it at a higher price. So you click buy, hope it goes up, you sell it. But even if it goes down, you sell it, you know, to take your loss. When you short something, you click the sell button. Now I'm hoping it's going down in price. And to cover it or to make money, I hope it goes down in price, and then I buy it. Just the reverse. And the same thing though, if it goes higher than where I shorted it, you know, I click the buy button to get out of the trade. I'll take a loss. But I mean, that's just the mechanics of it. All right, guys. Well, I'm just watching this CFVI, which normally trades. It didn't really trade with DWAC though, but this is really getting thumped here now. This is shortable too. Sometimes there are a million shares at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to pile into it now, but all right, Indo's starting to give it up. Meanwhile, nothing's really holding back this KHC. I mean, you're chasing it now, okay? But man, what a runner today for KHC. So one of the things you can start doing is, you know, when a company has earnings, you know, follow it for a few days. You know, you might get continuation, especially when the market reacted this way. Here's an earnings play, VAL, Valeris. Not too familiar with these guys, but drilling oil and gas wells, okay. All right, guys, it's 11:42, so I do want to confirm that Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. Okay, so yeah, just confirmation. So Michael will be there in our YouTube room. And Michael has a completely different look at the market than I have. He's way more, not so much of an intraday trader, but he's definitely, I mean, you want more detailed questions about Brokerage Plus, and maybe you have your own strategy, you want to back test, things like that. He's more into that than I am. And we have a halt, or resume, sorry, RANI. Sorry, that was halted at 11:39. It just resumed RANI. Ooh, basically untradeable. I'm looking at the spread, 12.10, 12.99. Basically untradeable. And there are some shorts available, but I mean, you can't trade that. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the spread, 12.10, 12.69. You got to stay away. How's Lowe's doing? HD, of course, is that's an earnings play. Lowe's should be, when do they release? What's no, that's the wrong one. Low? Is it Low? You're right, Lowe's. Sorry, should know that. So, you know, this is piggybacking. So they release tomorrow. So HD is setting the, kind of setting this up. Because why would HD have great, not great earnings, and Low have good earnings? But a lot of this might already be built in. Oh man, I just wish I could have got back into that KPTI. Oh well. Where I was trying to get it was probably about $1 from here too. So anyway, there will be others. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised at the Macy's action. I thought Macy's might trade a little bit more on its own, not following the market so much. Had earnings, great reaction pre-market, though it was a little choppy. But the market open, looked good. Of course, the market was doing that too. But it's kind of following the market. Hey guys, Indo's actually having a pop here, coming off the bottom a bit. But again, you've got to be very, very, very careful. This was, take a look at this one, ORIC, O-R-I-C. This is an all-time low, and it is shortable. Okay, it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. This had not a good day on Friday, but it's been drifting down, but it is shortable, and it's an all-time low, ORIC. Now, it won't show up in my 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume is not high enough, but it's an idea. It is an idea. You know, it keeps underneath that, but the spread, you know, it's not great. 792, 802. I'm sorry, and the volume is terrible. Sorry. Even though the relative volume is 2.3, but the overall volume is just terrible. 92,000 shares. So that's, even though it looks interesting as an all-time low, but I just can't trade it. The volume is just too little. Why would I short an all-time low? Because who's going to step in and buy it? You know, I mean, that's my theory. If it's on an all-time low, I mean, you've really got people. You know, I mean, I'm not saying, you know, just because the stock's at an all-time low that it's going to keep going lower. But yeah, will there be people eventually saying, okay, I'm going to try this on a bottom fishing play? Sure, but you know, and at some point, sure, a stock will bounce, but. You know, it takes a lot of resolve for me anyway, for me to, you know, take something that's at an all-time low, especially if it's on news. But that's just me. Okay, Milk, that's just me. Yeah, I mean, so Willow Puff, in order to listen to have the AI, this is what I would do. Number one, just click on, don't use the channel, okay? So click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. And then you can put a sound alert on it. Okay, right click, actions, and you just follow this, just like you have a sound alert on your alert windows. Okay? So that's what I would do. Don't use the channel, because the minute you go to another channel, you know, you can't hear it. So just this is the easiest way to use the AI. Just have that window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So the deep sea freight transportation and deep sea. So this sector is on a fire, guys. SBLK. You know, it's had a great few weeks, and the same with the GOGL. Looks exactly the same. Great few weeks for this sector, shipping. Well, guys, STEM is now, 989, 990. See if there's any news on it. Just specific news. I don't see any specific news for STEM. It has earnings tomorrow. Sorry, on the 24th, after hours. But the thing is that I'm going to be taking my break soon, so I don't want to take a trade right now. So, but STEM, I mean, it's an all-time low. I mean, will people maybe step in and try to play a bounce on it? Yeah, at some point, I guess. But so if I were to take this right now, I just put a 10 stop on it. Well, if it got up to 10, I'd be out of the trade. Boy, these energy plays, I mean, amazing. There are so many gap up and reversals in energy today. Boy, this Rocket Mortgage, wow, or Rocket Companies. You know, you see them advertise. I'm sure they still advertise, but so much advertising for RKT, Rocket. It hit 43. It was a very, very widely anticipated IPO. And boy, it's just absolutely getting crushed. Guys, okay, so look at this. Look at this red bar now on the SPY. So SPY, like the market is getting thumped again. Yeah. So remember, what Real is talking about is. Let's say I took a trade at, I saw something at $10, okay? And there seemed to me some good support at 9.90, 10 cents away, okay? But I look on top, above that $10 price, and I see a lot of resistance maybe at 10.10, so 10 cents away. So I would never take that trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 10 cents, okay? When I get into a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making what I call a 1 for 2. So if I'm going to risk 10 cents on the trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents on the trade. I'm just trying to make the math easy. If I don't see that, I'm not going to take the trade. And some will say it should be a 1 for 3. You know, it's up to you. There goes stem, guys. There goes stem. I mean, I'm not taking the trade because I'm going to be taking my break. But boy, I mean, this is. I mean, sure, somebody might step in and want to take a chance on a bounce. But at this point, you know, I always say, okay, you first. You know. He's talking about a 5-minute. So when you look at, I think he's talking about the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart, okay? I'll pull back to the 8 EMA, see that orange line? Now, you'll see me take a trade every now and then, and I may only make a little bit on it, but my expectation was making more. Okay, so I'm not ever, you know, again, if I use my analogy, getting into something at $10 and I look above and the next resistance area, in my opinion, might be 10.50 and my stop is 10 cents. So yeah, I could have an expectation of making a 1 for 5, right? making 50 cents, risking 10. But you know, if I'm watching the trade and it gets up to 10.15 and then up to 10.20 and then it starts to move down, maybe with the market, I could get out of the trade. Okay, so it may look like, well, you risk 10 cents to make 10 cents only because I didn't like the way it was trading, not because I took the trade thinking I would only make 10 cents. If all that makes sense. All right, I am just waiting for Michael to show up. I'm sure he's going to show up very soon. So what I want to do is put my announcement in. We'll put the YouTube link in. You want to head over there and listen to Michael for an hour? Okay, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for him to show up. And I think he's in there. I think.
All right, everyone, let's just get started here. Okay, sound works and camera works. Perfect. Okay, everyone, so if you're new here, just quickly, what we do is every day we take an hour, a different trader comes on, just hangs out here to answer any questions that anyone may have when it comes to trade ideas or trading or anything like that. So feel free. Again, none of us here are basically, we don't have anything prepared because we want to make sure that is time for questions. So feel free to ask. The more you ask, the less I will just kind of waffle on about random stuff. Especially, but for everyone, obviously. Especially when it comes to the test drivers, right? Because we're, 2 weeks now into the first week done into our second week of the test drive. So that's been very successful. We've had a lot of people come and check everything out. So if there's any test drivers out there that have any questions, ask away. And if there's any longtime subscribers or potential subscribers, one of the reasons we like to do this on YouTube is that it's not just for current Trade Ideas members. It could be for anyone who's interested in giving it a shot or something like that. So far, pretty calm day in the market. Not seeing a whole lot of interest going on. We are pretty much right at the opening price, which just puts us kind of a doji style candle for today. Little spinning top. Obviously, lots of day left. It can do whatever, but pretty, considering the macroeconomic stuff that's going on there, pretty tame day, which is expected. A lot of people get caught up in hype and get a little too excited and then go from there, right? Just got pro this weekend. That's great. I would pay attention to the emails that they send you for all the training materials. There's a lot of good pre-recorded stuff to get you up and running. And then from there, we'll, after you get all that kind of standard stuff out of the way, one of them is Trade Ideas University. Let me see if I can get, just in case you haven't been sent this yet. This is a great little YouTube series that goes over from beginning to end. Basically, there's 4 lessons. So there's a 101, 201, 301, 401, and they're increasing in difficulty when it comes to. So I would definitely check that out as you learn. And then again, every day from 12 to noon Eastern, somebody will be here. So, when you're taking those lessons, have a little notepad or something and just write down things that you were confused or stuck with or whatever. And then when you come here, there'll be someone there who'll go, okay, answer those questions, get all that kind of cleared up for you. So for the two of you that said that you just joined up, I think that's a great place to get started. And we've got our 10 lessons in 10 days, I think it's called, and all that will get emailed over time. But that Trade Ideas University, I think, is a great place to get started. On the test drive, I don't recognize the stocks. Oh, this in my Brokerage Plus, it's just a trading strategy that I'm testing. So I don't just fully auto trade the AI. I will take trades from the AI, but I'm very much you have to have your own trading plan. So I don't completely auto trade the AI. So this is a simulated account. This is a virtual kind of server that I use when I demo stuff. But yeah, what you're seeing in there is just a strategy that I'm testing. I use the Trade Ideas Simulator frequently as a kind of quantitative / technical swing trader. I do a lot of, I have an idea, I test it out in a back test or something like that, and then I run it through the Brokerage Plus module for a while to make sure that the performances that I'm expecting to see in the real world, it's a simulated environment, but close enough to the real world unless you're like hyper scalping, and what I saw in the back test line up. And then if those line up, then I'll take it live. So this is kind of the last stage of this particular trading strategy that I'm developing before, because it wouldn't. A lot of people do it. I never understand why, but it doesn't make sense to go just from a back test into the real world, right? There could be a commission or slippage or whatever. So yeah, my process is idea to testing, from testing to simulated trading, and then simulated trading onto real world environment. And then that real world environment will generally start with a small amount of capital, make sure there's no difference between the backtest world and real world, and then after that start to size it up to an appropriate thing. So trying to backtest, I have trouble with candlesticks. I've lowered the parameter to 30%, but I only got few alerts. Well, then you'll have to lower it more. It's one of those things that it's going to show you everything that's there. So if there's not many alerts, then it means your alert window is too tight. Simple things to look at to loosen it up is volume, or again, that percentage filter with the candlesticks, things like that. But yeah, if there's no alert that day, there's no alert that day, right? If there's no alert for that time frame, there's just no alert for that time frame. Nothing's going to happen. I'm new to TEI, took the annual subscription yesterday. Suggestions and recommendations. Yeah, you must have just joined just 2 seconds too late. So let me know if you can't see. I'll actually just post it again here. This playlist that I just posted in there is a great way to kind of learn at your own pace with this TI University course. And then after that, like I mentioned, make sure you kind of take notes as you're learning. And then if you have a question, come here anytime from noon to 1 every single day. And then, also after, so I think it's like 4 or 3:30 Eastern, Chris comes back on. So there's that kind of, we have an hour in the afternoon and then we have an hour after the market closes where you can come and ask any question you want. So certainly give the course a watch, because that's a great way to go about doing it. And then from that course, go in and make any sort of questions that you have known, right? We also have under help, we have our user guide. And this will open up a web page. So there's a whole, listed guide here. So for example, if I want to know about the channel bar, I can click on this and there's a nice little write-up on how everything, what the channel bar is and how it uses. There's a little video right here just talking about the channel bar. There's a video here that talks about the dock channel bar. And again, you find that just under our main header bar. So this main trade ideas bar and just help and or user guide right there. So that's another great way if you want to know kind of about an individual type of a thing. The thing I like about TI University is it's broad. 101, for example, will teach you basic stuff like how to set up your layout, what to put in your layout, the difference between any of this kind of stuff, and go from there, right? Would you plan to add walk forward testing into TI? It would only need to specify a range of dates instead of number of days to be back test. Well, walk forward testing has to be done in a live environment. I know what you mean, where you can test, right? But you got to know that everything goes back 64 days, right? So basically how the backtester works right now is walk forward, but then you have to always translate into real environments, because a lot of people get confused and think that just because the backtest looks well that the actual trades will do well. So that's why I always prefer going into a simulated kind of real environment just to see what fills would actually look like. Where's the help session? One more time here. So on your toolbars, you click on help, is where we put the help section, and then user guide for that particular one, but we've all got all kinds of help in the help section. So if you're looking for help, come down to the help section. There's video help, there's frequently asked questions. The thing I just showed was the user guide there. So do I think trailing stops may come sometime this year? We have trailing stops right now. You can just, when you set up your strategy, just put in a trailing stop, right? So I can modify this and under risk management, right? Trailing stop. So I could put in like I don't know, $1 or, even let's say a percentage. I could put in a 10% trailing stop. And there you go. So that's all good to go, just like that. Now, anything fancier than that, we are working on, but it's going to take a while, just because, again, we can only send orders that the brokers can understand. So, for interactive brokers, for example, right, they have just dollar and percentage trailing stop, that type of thing. But yeah, those are in there. Those have been in there since the launch of Brokerage Plus. Still nothing really going on. This is the area that I'm really watching here in the markets. And we've had a lot of support in this area. If you go even back a little bit further, you can see there's a lot of support in through here and in through here. So it's like 420 on the SPY. So until then, we're just kind of chopping around. Need to see a few closes under 420 before I really start getting worried. Personally, I've never really had luck with those, but just the traditional trailing stops, they just seem a little simplistic for me anyway to work for in the long run. But if you use them and they work, it's good for you. We got them there. So what else going on in the market today? So the TI strength algo seems to be doing great. Again, just off the bat, it's amazing that in this market that we've kind of been dealing with all year, small bounce, maybe a continuation here in the SPY, that TI strength has been up. It's been great. I take most of my trades now from just this TI strength window because it does a great job of just identifying things that are don't care when the market's selling off and are doing way better than the market when it's rocketing. So MATX, for example, right over $100. I took a little bit there in my personal account, already up near 2% on that. AR, I took some down a little bit there. Campbell's, I haven't taken yet. I want to see kind of a little bit of a close above here. So we'll see what's going on there. But that MATX just doing great. And then C, I'm still watching this one. This is one I'm interested in. If we can get over kind of this resistance area right there in C. So that's like, what, $70, give or take. So for a backtest, or any best practice to refine an alert to avoid too many, too few alerts? No, well, again, so this is the important best practices for backtests is that you don't just randomly backtest, right? You just don't say, what would happen if a hammer candle hit a 200-day moving average and backtest it. That's not how good, robust trading strategies come into place, right? How that works is you first come up with the entire trading plan of what it is that you think the trading plan should look like. And then you have some sort of evidence or examples of charts or something that you're interested in. And then you just put that in the backtester. And, if there are no alerts, then there's no alerts. And if there's tons, then there's tons. There's really nothing you can do about that. It's, certain strategies are going to be very busy in certain times of years and dead in other times of years. But just make sure you're not falling for the trap of trying to come up with a trading strategy from the backtest window, but you use the backtest window to test your trading strategy, right? It just, that reverse of things can really help out. And the main reason for it, if you want to just get deep into Google searches and stuff, is just curve fitting, right? If you end up, just saying, I'm just going to keep backtesting something until something works, you're curve fitting. And what curve fitting means is you're essentially making data fit as opposed to actually going in the real world. Because you got to remember, the ultimate goal is not to make a good backtest. The ultimate goal is to make a robust trading system that, stands the test of time. So start with, the basic fundamentals of, I've seen this work multiple times. I've built a scan in which finds the entire trading philosophy and trading plan that I've built, right? I've dived into, I understand why it should work and in what situations it should work. And now let me use the backtester to see if it makes sense, instead of I'm going to use the backtester just to start testing stuff until I find something that works. It's just not It's just the opposite that you need to do. And then from that, you should find that your number of trades seems pretty consistent if it's something that you've done all that kind of outside work with soon. You show how to set up a weekly momentum long scan. I would need more information than that. That's a very vague thing. Now, what I would say is I would probably start with, if you're looking for something like that, start with a new high. And then when you add this filter in, you can select how many candles are in the new high. So maybe you want to have a 5-day new high or something like that. But that's just a very, like, what does momentum mean to you, right? Do you use a relative strength index for that? Do you want to see a certain change in 30 days? Do you want to, right? You got to start with the whole trading plan, and then you build the scan and the back test, right? So a momentum scan for me may mean something completely different for you, a weekly momentum scan. So you need a little bit more precision there. So what I will say is I would highly recommend I'll paste this again, these playlists that I keep putting in to teach you how to use the system, because when you have the plan, you can build it. So if you have kind of specifics, like what do you mean by momentum? What are the volume requirements? What does the chart, does it have to be up on the year, down on the year? Does it have to be above this moving average or below it, right? There's an infinite amount of possibilities. That's why, again, the whole trading plan side of it's really important. I have a race window up set to $5 max price, $5 micro caps. Okay, so you have cap in there just because price and market cap's going to be a different beast. After saving the config, the price of all the tickers is over $5. Yeah, you should be replaying that race instead of running a new race. And how you do that is, let me actually just go new, and I'll just launch a stock race from this. And let's just put it up here. So make sure this auto rerun is on. All right, so start with, I would save, instead of saving the race, save the alert window that the race came from. And then, click auto rerun. And then what will happen is, when it's done, it will just restart the race over again. And it will do that for you all day or until you stop it, right? One of the two. Yes, I have some example charts. I've used the stocks like this to match the charts to alert windows. Yes, that's great. That's how you do it, right? And then again, I wouldn't worry about the amount of trades. There's nothing you can do about that, right? It's just one of those things that, there might be some really highly successful high win rate strategies that only trigger very often, right? And there's nothing you can do about that, right? So say there's a 70% win rate, which would be an insanely high win rate trading strategy, but it only triggers twice a year. Well, you can't force it to trigger more, right? So I wouldn't focus too much on how many or how little alerts you're getting. Just know that if you're not getting very many alerts, it just means there's not going to be much room for profit in this strategy. So what you may need to do is you may need to then supplement that with different strategies. So if you've got one strategy that is rare but profitable, that's fine. You can run that. And the beauty with something with trade ideas is you don't need to monitor that. The system will for you. And then maybe that strategy needs to be supplemented. But there's nothing you can do to force more or less instances to occur. And I don't think, even if there was some things that you could do to do that, I don't think you should, right? I think you should focus on, if this strategy is a good strategy, then it will mean that you should just do it as is, right? Don't mess with it, right? Can TI plot support and resistance levels? or pivots on any time frame. Not support and resistance levels, no. So we're not so much about plotting things as scanning for things, right? So when you have the trading plan that you want, we can scan for it. Something like support and resistance is just incredibly subjective, right? I'm a CMT myself, a chartered market technician. And if you put 10 of us in a room and showed us a chart, we would all plot support and resistance differently, right? It's one of those things that there is no, that's the art of it, right? So it's that kind of stuff is different. But now, however you define it, we may be able to scan for it. If you think the 20-day high is resistance, for example, we could do that. And no mobile phone or mobile applications as of yet. It's being thought about, but to be honest, we haven't even started the process of yet. Would you have best practices reducing the iterations about backtesting? No, again, it has to, when you're backtesting something, again, you just need to always remember the goal, which again is not to win at the backtest. It's to create something that is a robust, sensible trading plan. So the only best practices I would say is that if your trading plan, if it just backtests bad right out the gate, it's probably not worth pursuing very much. There is a direct kind of inverse correlation I've noticed from the amount of time you put into backtesting to how crappy your strategy is, right? It's something that should work right away, or it's probably not going to work at all. The more you have to nitpick, the more you have to really go through and refine. Oh, I've got position at range at 40, but it works better at like 39 and a half. Like these type of things, they'll fail eventually. Again, it should be incredibly robust, which just means that you don't have to nitpick it. You don't have to really refine the entry and exit. You don't have to really dive into each individual filter and things like that. It's either you've got a good idea or you don't. Right? And that's the one kind of tip that I would give people is the more you got to tinker with it, the less it will work when it's in the real world. So get something that looks okay and immediately move it over to a simulator. And then there's also expectations, right? You've got to curate your expectations. Just because you have a back tester doesn't mean you're going to be making, 100% a year every year on your money. It just doesn't happen like that, right? So make sure you're tailoring your expectations. Basically, it's always about avoiding curve fitting. And I just see that so much in people that I talk to. And again, curve fitting just meaning very closely, I'm just going to refine this till I don't have a losing day and I don't, my equity curve looks amazing and has no drawdown and all this stuff. And again, there's no trading strategy on earth that won't have fluctuations and drawdowns and bad periods and things like that. It just doesn't happen. So the more time you spend on kind of pursuing that, that won't happen, kind of the worse off you'll be. So come up with a plan, do a broad-based test, and it either works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, you got to kind of forget it and move on. Such of a strict criteria. Is it good to champion some other scanning windows in case it happens? No, I wouldn't. Again, supplementing with other strategies is fine. But this is something one of my old trader mentors always used to say to me. And he says, you'll know you made it as a trader when you come in, you sit down all day and you do nothing because nothing meets your trading criteria. So if you have multiple strategies that you've gone through robust testing and refining and you have written trading plans for, so you know how to act in all situations, that's fine. But you have to very much avoid over-analysis, which is something that can happen when you get a tool as powerful as Trade Ideas, where you can scan for whatever you want. This is this is a problem that we have as a company and that I see all the time, is that because you have near, not quite, but near an unlimited choice of things you could look for, you get this paralysis of I don't know what to look for. And then you also get this, information overload of I'm going to have, 20 races and 15 scans and this or that and the other thing up. And that overload will harm more than it will do good. So I would say if you have a trading strategy with strict criteria and there's nothing that comes up, then just don't do anything, right? And again, it's the hardest thing to do, and it really comes down to it's a fundamental difference between trading and everything else in life. And everything else, I mean, corporate jobs and exercise and school and all of this. We're trained our entire life that the more you do, the better the result. And in trading, it is completely opposite. And this gets a lot of people in a lot of trouble because, in trading, the work is in building the trading plan and building the idea and making sure you have a way to find that idea. That is the work, right? The rest of it is just pushing buttons, and any dummy can come and push buttons. So make sure you do the work to have all the plans together, and then when you come in, and if there's nothing that comes up on your scan, don't do anything, right? Maybe take that time and work on a new strategy that you can implement in the future after you've done the rigorous testing. But I do think it'd be a dramatic mistake just to say there's nothing going on today, let me look at other things. For my own trading as a swing trader, I don't even really scan for things much intraday. Everything that I do is based off a plan that I've built the night before, because I take that to the extreme where I just want to, this is what I'm focused on. I'm going to ignore everything else and we'll go from there. So like I have the TI strength scan up here, and I know that I'll go through here more so tonight than even during the day. Come up with ideas that I like from this, and then move on. I think I'm gonna have to close this, but yeah, it's very much trading is a zen practice where there's so much that's outside of your control, and it's just so much different than the rest of life in which you're just the harder you bang your head on things, the more things will work. And trading's just not like that. Zen and the Art of Archery, I think it's called, is a very good book to read when it comes to trading, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with trading. Basically, the theory that once you let the arrow go, there's nothing you can do. Trading is the same way. All of the prep is done before the day. During the day, you just have to follow that plan. And if you don't have a plan, right, I can't guarantee much of trading, but if you don't have a plan, the market will come take your money as well, right? As a CMT, I think you meant there. Any particular trading style or chart patterns you need to favor? Again, just most of my trading comes from relative strength. It's just focusing on where are the market participants not selling. Take this chart of the SPY and drill this into your head for, this is the beginning of the year, right? Big move down, small bounce, looks like we may be continuing lower. Right? Now, if I look at these TI strength plays, move up. Right? So when the market is selling, they are not selling these securities. That's my main philosophy when it comes to relative strength in trading or investing is the most tested thing. It's not going to be the most exciting way to trade, but it's the simplest. Now, one thing they do teach us in the CMT is that there is no preferred chart pattern or trading style or anything like that that everything you do has to be your own trading plan built around your own ideas and theories of the market. That's one of the big takeaways from the CMT, is that there just is no off the shelf, this thing will make me money, away you go, right? Do I have any scans based off market internals? No, we don't have access to those. How many off-the-shelf scans come with default TI? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, right? So within our channel bar here, let's make this big. Within our channel bar here, there's 20 or so channels. And with inside each of these channels, there is 5 to 10 different scans. So there's hundreds there. And then within our new Market Explorer window, which I'll just take it and I'll drag it up here. We have, and the Market Explorer window are kind of more robust scans. We have another 15 or 20 here. So there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pre-builts. Now, what most people do, most Trade Ideas users, is they'll use some of the pre-built scans for a period of time in which they're learning the product, and then they just build their own, right? So they take a scan that we have built and then they modify it to make sense to them. Like, maybe there's a scan that they like, but they like trading higher volume names or increased volatility or whatever, and they'll modify them and save them as their own. So I think we did the stats out there, and then after about a few months of use, 90+% of all Trade Ideas users just build their own layouts with their own scans in them, and because again, it goes back to the trading plan thing, right? You got to have your own thing that you do. So that's one of the main powers that we have, is that you can just focus on, this is what I like to do, and I'm going to ignore everything else. What are you looking for at the end of the day? The TI strength scan, how will you trade the next day? I'm just looking for stuff that's strong, that I already don't have a big heavy weighting of in my portfolio, and things that I see some sort of technical pattern or something like that. So Matador Resources, for example, I just look at this chart and I say, well, it can't, at least hasn't been able to, in a very long time, close above this like 46.50, you could call it, right? Every time it gets up here, some seller comes in and knocks it back down, and it's happened a bunch. So if, when I scan this, I'll just write a note, and you can always just right click and you can create a price alert, and in that price alert you can actually put the notes, and I can just say look for close over 46.50. Oh, come on, there we go. And there we go. So that's just now set, so I can drag that wherever I want. So 46.50. So it's done. And for me anyway, and it's going to be different for everyone, like Barry works completely differently than this, but for me, I need my trading plan done before the market is open, right? As I automate a lot of stuff, a lot of my trading, I automate in some way. Any intraday trading I do is fully automated, and for me, it's because it helps what I am good at, right? So again, trading is a very personal thing. There is no, right, click this button and plug into this robot or AI and become a millionaire. It just doesn't work that way. So one of those things, without getting super hippy dippy on everyone, is understanding what you're good at and what you're not. For me, I'm very good at plan development and strategy development and objective look at charts. I'm very good at switching my opinion quickly when it comes to things. In the moment, heat of the moment decisions is not where I shine. So that's where a technology comes in, right? I think a lot of traders try to use a technology to say, hey, I'm just going to get the software and then I'll be rich. But right? Software is like anything. It's a tool to help you with things. So now the beauty of Trade Ideas is it does a lot of that. So it can help with people who I'm really good at making on the fly decisions. I just need something to show me stocks that are doing X, Y, Z in the moment. Well, Trade Ideas is great at that. So you can do that. And then for people like me that I want to make incredibly more complex plans after hours and then have those implemented in the live market, it's good for those as well, right? And sharing the TI strength scan. Just go to new on your bar here, and then go to Market Explorer, and that will open up a blank box. Right click in that box, and under server window, just look for TI strength, and it's just right there. There's nothing really to share because there's nothing customizable about it, kind of thing. Oh, and I see that someone answered you in chat there as well. I wish the VIX could be added as a filter. Wouldn't it be good kind of switch for alert strategy? Again, depending on your strategy. We do have a volatility feature that's volatility based off the individual stock. So I would look at that volatility filter if you think that helps your trading plan. The level of the VIX, again, for intraday strategies, I don't think it'd matter at all. For swing strategies, maybe, depending on the strategy. But yeah, I would just look at the volatility filter as a proxy. It's probably close. Well, is there any statistics track to show how many scans and how often they're used by TI subscribers? Oh yeah, we have all that internally. We're not going to share that, but yeah, we know what scans people use and what they like and what they don't. Again, I told you that 90% of people build their own scans after a few months. It takes a few months to really learn the system, then they build their own. So yeah, we've got all that. But we obviously don't share that outside the company. INVA. Interesting, right? Whatever they reported on earnings, which is the yellow line here, was good. I don't need to know what it is. Seems having some problems at 20. So if this based for a few days and then could break and hold above 20, I think that would be interesting. I don't really see anything in it right now. Other than these bottoming tails here, maybe some accumulation coming in. 20 seems to be the number, right? If you're under 20, you've got this little overhead resistance. If you can hold over this 20 area, then it might be good for another shot. Go into the weekly chart here. And the weekly chart, yeah, 20's a really big number if you go back. Oh yeah, short float 34%. That's interesting. So yeah, if it matures a few days and then it breaks 20, because if you go back on this weekly chart, look how important $20 have been. Right back here and back over here. So yeah, $20 is obviously a big level for that. So if I wanted to scan for stocks riding the 9 or 20 MA in the recent weeks, any ballpark? Well, we don't have the 9. So the way you find out kind of any filter we have, the best way to do it is to bring up any list and go into the search window and then just type in, so 9 SMA. Nothing comes up, right? But if I go 20 SMA, you can see all of the 20 period moving averages that we have. So, you could say above or below that. You can specify a percentage above and below that. So if you want it riding, you probably don't want it that high above or below it. That's probably the best way to get started with that, and just kind of go from there. What's the chart on the lower left? Oh, this is just the P&L for the strategy for today. Again, this is just a test account that I'm doing on here, right? So you can go in and see if you go into the calendar feature, you can see all of the different, I'll make this a little bigger, different days performances. Overall profitable. Have some refining to do, certainly. But yeah, that's the P&L graph of each day, right? So you can see I started testing this at the beginning of the month, ignoring this first week. So it started right here at the 7th, right? So then this is the profit or loss for each of the days. And then that's the current one today, right? So it's a long only strategy. So it's obviously not going to do poorly in bad markets, but it's also a full day strategy. So I try not to even look at it until the close, right? But yeah, something that I highly recommend, even someone, that like me who trades for income, I very much think that you should use some sort of forward testing in your trading philosophy, where you say, okay, I'm going to go and make sure that I'm, vigorously testing things. So test it in back and then test it in forward and say, okay, this is kind of what's looking good or what's not. Any books that help you objectify the market more? Objectify in the market in a more speedy fashion in ways. Fundamental analysis book that you can relate to market psychology, stock trading. When it is, if you're talking like systematic kind of trading, I think that it would be Van Tharp might be an author that you would take a look at. He does a lot of when it comes to a purely systematic and everything's psychology driven. So he does a lot of psychology driven stuff, but he's really focused on kind of the systematic and like the probabilistic side of trading. So, boiling everything down to statistics, which I think is super important for trading. So many people going off the seat of their pants and going from there. So Van Tharp, I think is a good one. I think one of his things called Super Trader, but he talks a lot about how to kind of boil things down to kind of statistically minded as opposed to technically fundamentally minded. Psychology, there's a lot of like personal psychology books that I like Mindset by Carol Dweck is a great one. Thinking Fast and Slow for psychology is a great one. But yeah, when it comes to that systematic trading, I think Van Tharp is going to be your go-to. Now, drink a coffee before you start reading Van Tharp. He's a smart dude, but he's a heavy dude. It's not a light read, his books, but they're very good just because, again, trading is statistics. Anyone who thinks that they're just going to go by feel or the seat of their pants is going to have a hard time, because sometimes your feel is going to be spot on and you're going to be making a bunch of money, and then sometimes your feel is going to be awful. And for me, with my systems, when my systems are underperforming, I'm okay with that because I have years and years and years of back tests, and every trade that I do and every system that I make, I have long back tests or forward tests or a combination of the two. When it's you as a person that's underperforming, as someone who was a discretionary only trader for the longest time, that's a lot harder, right? When does Holly give most alerts? Mostly in the first hour, in the power hour. That's right. Better results is, again, most day trading in that first hour is going to give you the best results, because really things don't move much in the middle of the day, and then you have power hour, which is mainly more positioning for the close. There's the old trading adage that amateurs open the market and professionals close it. So for day trading, and same with a lot of my algorithms and stuff, entry, all like load in, is all kind of in that first hour or so of the day. And then, nothing really going on. And when I was discretionary, like prop trading, it was the same thing. I would trade the open of the day and then take the middle of the day off and then come back for the close kind of thing, right? Trying to find the Market Explorer. When I go to the new tab, it's not listed. So you just need to go and update. So just go to tradeideas.com, go to the downloads tab. Let me actually bring this up. And you need to make sure you're getting the beta, not the release version, because it is still in kind of the you just need to know that this is a little bit different than the release version, this beta version. So where is it? So download right at the top of the screen here, and then go into, so here's your first one. Ignore this one. And then go down to where it says download the newest Trade Ideas AI beta. And that's where your beta machine, and you will need a restart because they did something with, I don't know, .net or whatever. I don't know what any of that means. But yeah, so make sure you do that. Go to the beta version. The other way you can do it is if you go into your title bar and under tools and options, you can go into upgrade, the upgrade tab here, and then under all, so often, and I think by default it says production releases only. I go to all releases, and if your little new button here turns green, then that means there's a new version on the website to go get. Now you got to understand that a beta, it means a beta, so there may be a bug here or there, but just know that we do internally test our betas pretty robustly first. Like the version I'm on both of I've got, this is my demo and sim trading one, then I've got my real one, are generally speaking on the beta version like a couple weeks before you guys get it. So we do a lot of internal testing before we release the beta out. By the way, your Back to Basics course is very good. Thank you. I hope you watched the second version, the one with my wife, but I had a lot of fun making that. So I think I may do something like that again in the future. But I can bring it up here if people don't know. I'm just going to bring it up from my site. You can also get it from Trade Ideas site, but Trade Ideas during the initial lockdowns of the pandemic allowed me to take my time to build this course, which is a 100% free trading course. It's 39 lessons long. I basically sit down with my wife, who's never traded, never really had any interest in investments or anything like this in the past at all, and just started into it. So, lesson 1 is what is a stock, and then I think lesson 39 is building a trading plan and trading checklist, and then we do everything in between. So that's all there and free and 100%. 100% free. You don't need anything. You don't need to put in an email or anything like that. Away you go. But yeah, that's something that's really cool that Trade Ideas allowed me to do. Watch a lot of videos from that series. Great. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. It's one of those things that we're in an age now where, before the problem was it was hard to get information. Now it's easy to get information. There's almost too much of it, and it's everywhere. So what I just tried to do in that course was just take everything and kind of condense it and say this is a path that I would suggest people take if they're interested in trading, is to go from, right, you got to learn the basics and then order types and how market mechanics work, and then all the way up to some sort of trading philosophy from there. So we got another 5 minutes or so for questions. Ask away. Market's sold off a little bit here, but really nothing. Not PY, SPY. Really nothing insane going on, considering kind of what everything was happening on the weekend there. It's one of those things. It's the same thing I think we're seeing in DWAC, right? Where you had this big ramp up into the release, and then after the release, it just crashed back down. Pre-market, I think this was like $150 a share. And there's some people out there that probably didn't take their profit, or bag holders from back here that didn't get out. And that's sad, but there's a lot of this going on where the market's just so choppy right now that if the market is selling into a news event, you're probably best to buy it. And if the market's rising into a news event, you're probably going to, it's probably going to tank the other way. Does TI provide Hank and Ashy? Not this time. We're expanding that out now. Like, we have recently just added line and bar and area charts. So Hank and Ashy, logarithmic, some of that stuff is on the horizon. For those people who use it, I'm just not a super big fan. But yeah, it's on the horizon. You said earlier the hardest part is doing nothing. Do you trade much intraday, or do you keep yourself busy doing other things? Again, all of my intraday trading I do is algorithmic. I have a strategy that triggers sometimes. It's a little bit discretionary on the S&P 500. Mostly, I'm the swing trader. So yeah, what I do in my time, kind of avoiding the market, is, well, a bunch of things, right? I've got a website that I run. I've got my own personal YouTube channel that I run, and I do consulting work and everything with TI and building market explorer strategies and that kind of stuff. But a lot of what it will do is just trade plan building and trade plan refinement. I did a video once that was treat trading like a sport, and that was kind of the idea, is that the amount of time you spend trading should be like 1% of your time when it comes to trading. It's the other stuff that really makes a difference in the long run. Is how are you recording it? How are you refining your trades? What changes are you making to your plan? Are you reading books? Are you studying things? Are you doing this other stuff, right? Because again, trading at the end of the day is just pushing a button. And for me in my automated style, it's not even doing that anymore. Yeah, so most of my time will be spent on those other things when it comes to trading, is listening to new ideas, and I attend a lot of webinars and things like that. All that stuff. It's the less fun part, but away you go. if I bring a scan from any other place, then use that list on TI, will the AI help you? No. So again, the AI has a list of things that it does, and it's only focused on those things. It doesn't like look into any other list. It's got these strategies that it refines every night, and it just focuses heavily on those particular strategies. We are working on something that it's not going to be out anytime soon, but it is planned where an AI could evaluate a stock. You could bring a stock in and say, what do you think? And it will give you some key metrics and things like that. But again, I would say you should take your list and you should apply your own trading plan to it. Right? Again, if you don't have a trading plan, please don't trade if you don't have a written and tested trading plan. You know, there's that whole saying that 1% of everyone that starts trading is consistently profitable. If you're going to beat those 99%, then you know, it could be a time. Could you plan for scrolling a past dates to chart? Click the alert history. I could add that as a suggestion. That makes sense. I don't, everything's priorities, right? We've got a certain amount of, only a certain amount of developers that we can have without making the cost of the product prohibitively expensive. And then we have, the good and the bad part about having traders in, like traders that work, like most people that work at Trade Ideas as a trader, is we all have stuff we want to build. So there is again, I'll add it to the list, but just know the list is very long and varied depending on. So what we always prioritize is what's going to affect the most amount of people at once. So, all right. I'm going to ping Barry here, see if he's ready to come back. As always, if there's any kind of issue on the handoff, just restart or refresh the stream and someone will be back to you. As always, at noon Eastern, different person every day, and at 3:30 Eastern, Chris comes on. So come on by if you got more questions, and away you go. So it was good hanging out. I will talk to you guys later.
It's not available. Market Explorer is not available in the web-based version. Okay, Noro, sorry. Yeah, there are some limitations with the web-based version. I mean, it's, obviously Market Explorer is one of them. No Brokerage Plus, a limitation of 5 charts. It's fine, I think, if you're using it on a tablet or something like that. But if you can, and not just to you, who asked the question, sorry. Not just to you, Noro, but anybody else. I mean, if you're wondering, well, what's the best version to use? Always use the app if you can. Okay? All right, let's see if I can post something here. Okay, I'm in. So guys, you can hear me in YouTube, I think. Massive fades in energy. XLE, let's take a look at XLE again. Yeah, look at it. Look at this. Look at energy. So, what are they saying? That there's no more crisis or something? Because, I mean, that was the reason, I think, for the pop. And now, man, oh man. KPTI, let's see. VWAP 7 or 1059. So a bounce off the VWAP, sort of. Yeah, kind of, right? That's what you meant. Got up to the VWAP and came back down. Thanks, Mike. Excuse me. Thank you, Michael. Or Mike. Whoa, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're an hour and a half straight down. Not huge candles, but still. Just the sell-off continues. Yeah, Indo is, well, yeah, it is giving it up. Is 7 going to hold? Again, this is not for everybody. Believe me, not for everybody. Making lower highs, though. You can see on the 15-minute chart, making lower highs. If 7 doesn't hold, look out below. But again, this is not shortable for me at Interactor Brokers. All right, starting to look at some of the bounce plays from Zach Scan. But again, you know, to play a bounce in this market is pretty suspect. It's that simple. Pretty suspect. I mean, you may get a little bounce, but you're certainly not going to get a great bounce, in my opinion, on anything, unless the market at least stabilizes a bit. It doesn't have to be shooting higher, but if it's just going to continue to drip down, 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 I mean, try to play a bounce right now is pretty tough. I think the topping tails would be way better if we get one. Well, I guess was bread in short supply, or I know bread prices have accelerated, but here's I haven't seen this one, the Wheat Fund, WEAT, the Wheat Fund. This is on the move, WEAT. Meanwhile, I've been hearing Deutsche Bank all day long, Deutsche Bank DB. When I say hearing, it's been on the breaking down underneath the whole number now, Deutsche Bank DB. Good point, Denver. Yeah, good point. The breadbasket of Europe, isn't that Ukraine? All right, guys, I am getting a little more interested in this stem. I mean, at some point, sure, may it bounce? I don't know. I mean, it's basing here, but if it has another leg down, I may take this as a short, put a stop, you know, pretty tight, 85-ish or so, 88, and just see what happens. Anybody using the Market Explorer to their advantage in day trading? Just interested. I haven't used it. I don't know how I would use it day trading. I am interested. Anybody who uses this Market Explorer, if you click on New, and then where are you? Market Explorer, and you've got these different scans. They're not customizable. You have to, well, somebody asked about ABC. Huh, here you go, ABC up, ABC down. Somebody asked about that a long time ago. Can't remember who it was, but early on I said I directed them to ask one of the traders, but I do see ABC up, ABC down is here. But if you're using Market Explorer and using it intraday, why don't you tell me what scan you're using? The biggest problem I have with it, aside from the fact that you cannot customize it, but Michael has done his best to kind of customize it so for a broad range of trading styles, I guess. But you can't put a sound alert on it. So unless I stare at it, I won't necessarily, and I just can't just stare at something all day long hoping I get an alert from it. But I would be interested to know if anybody is using a scan from the Market Explorer, and actually even if you're using it for swing trades or day holds, overnight holds, be interested to know. You have to have our latest beta. Well, here goes wheat, guys. WEAT. It's almost a 2-year high. 91%, 9% below a 2-year high for wheat. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Well, I guess nobody's using the Market Explorer in the room. Okay. Meanwhile, GOGL, which I mentioned probably about here, probably tacked on about 50 cents, GOGL. My guess is that SBLK is doing something very similar, same sector. SBLK, not quite as good as GOGL. Yeah, I just don't know how good it is for intraday trading. I just have no idea. And I'm talking about the Market Explorer. But even other types of trading, I mean, I'd love to know. I mean, Michael's put a lot of work into creating all those different scans, so it'd be interesting for me to know if anybody's using it to their advantage. Yeah, there's nothing, you cannot modify it. It's just, it just is going to give you some alerts and you have to accept them the way it is. You cannot modify it. It's not like the rest of the alerts that we have that you can, of course, modify it, customize it a little bit. Well, not a little bit, a lot if you want. Ija, how are you? What is Market Explorer? So somebody asked, so first of all, you have to have our latest beta, but if you click on New and then Market Explorer from the toolbar, it's part of TI, yes. And then you right click, server window, and these are the scans that have been created. Okay? So again, you have to be using our web-based, no, excuse me, the app, not the web-based version. And you have to have our latest beta. And again, you click on New from our toolbar, and then Market Explorer. And this is the window that you'll see. And then if you right-click and click on Server and hover over Server window, these are the scans that have been created. No, so I can't tell you which ones to use, which ones are good for day trading. I have no idea. I'm just interested to know if anybody else has used them to their advantage, either day trading or swing trading. Yeah, well, it's not customizable, as you know, Aja. Yes, I know you've asked for a symbol list or something to be attached to it, but maybe, Vicky, maybe. I mean, there's a little glimmer of green right here. Maybe. All right, today is Tuesday, so that is leaf blower day outside my window. So that you might hear some noise. I don't see a bounce in Macy's yet. I mean, I don't see it yet. I mean, I know what you're looking at. A little glimmer here, but what's left? 24.30, 24.73. So it's sitting right on that low here, that daily low. If it takes that out, then the next low is 24.30. So this area here may hold it. Oh, absolutely. All the other default scans are customizable. So for instance, if you take my scans, and this, I'm answering a question in our YouTube room. Okay, so if you take my scans here, or click on my home page, it'll be brought to, let's see, you'll be brought to this. No, I might as well start. Okay, you'll be brought to this page here, and here are my scans I'm sharing. Each one of these scans is customizable. I mean, I've got them set up the way I like to trade, but you may have a different idea about a price range or a minimum volume or whatever. So of course, yes, you can customize that, and you can, of course, you can create your own scans right from scratch. Meanwhile, Macy's, just as I'm talking about Macy's, more dumpage. And of course, any one of the scans from our channel bar, and we've got the built-in scans here, but of course you can take a look at this. This is an alert window, momentum. You right-click, configure, summary, and you see what it's looking for. You can customize this. If you want a different price range or a different relative volume or different minimum volume, or you want to add a filter in or take one out, of course you can customize it. Or you can start a scan from scratch, build your own scans from scratch. I don't know what you mean, noise is from the car race in T. I don't know what you mean by that. Now look at Indo, guys. Indo, yeah, look at Indo. Coming off the bottom, off that 7. Oh, I see what you mean. The noise is from the car race. Oh, okay. Now I got you. A little slow. Yeah, Eric, there is. If you, so you're not looking for the overall guide, you're just looking for definitions of the alerts and the filters. And the answer is yes. And just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, actually, don't do that. If you take any alert window, okay, any alert window, right click, configure, and search. Here they all are, okay? So if you click on one of them, let me just click on the new high and see how it's highlighted. Then the help screen comes up, or allows me to click on it. Now I can click on help, and here they all are, okay? So I can put that in. Okay, here are all of the definitions of all the alerts and filters. And again, I always caution people, you don't have to learn them all. All right? We've got a ton of them because we don't force anybody to learn a programming language. So, well, look at Indo, guys. This worked out well. Look at this from the race. See, this is something I would not normally see because I'm only, in my alert windows, I'm only seeing Indo when it hits a new high. So I would have had to wait for 888 or so. Instead, this is now showing me that it is popping up. Somebody asked, am I a big pullback player? Not really, but this allows me to, because I don't have any pullback scans as such, but this is how I can use it as, you know, to identify pull-ups or pullbacks that are starting to move. And what Vicky is talking about is there's a 2-minute cross. Well, I don't know about on deck. Now we use pre-market data, but it looks like right there. I mean, I know Real always says, you know, most traders don't use the pre-market. Every time I see a cross though, when using pre-market data, it always seems a lot earlier and it seems to work. So anyway, my 2 cents. Interesting, Vicky. All right, guys, I decided to take the stem. Now let's see what happens here. I'm in around 977, okay? Pretty tight stop. I don't know how dynamic it's going to be, but I've been talking about this. I watched that little pull up here on that 5-minute, broke down through 9 again, so we'll see. So for me to use this effectively, I have to see a big percentage, more than likely, okay? And then I get drawn to it, and then I can say, okay. And when I say a big percentage, I mean like the Indo before. I mean the Indo was at what, 8, 9, 10%? And it was really standing out. So and again, my plan, well, I'm going to see how much lower it goes. I mean, it's an all-time low, so there's nothing holding it. If it gets back into the night like 982, I'll probably exit it, but not probably, I know I will. But there's nothing holding it. It's an all-time low, so I have no idea how much further it's going down, but and again, you talk about races, or I talk about races, do yourself a favor. And go to the guide. Risk 965? No. I'm short. Remember, I'm short. Yeah, I should say I'm short, Eric. Not I did not go long. I'm short at 977. So go to the guide. Okay, click on my link. Go to the guide, or sorry, the education section first. Go to the user guide, click on the user guide, and scroll down until you see TI stock races, okay? And it's a big explanation about everything. You know, there's a couple of videos, a lot of text. You know, read it. Boy, AMC has been targeted today. Not on the upside. Look at this. Cool, Vicky. Okay. Well, that's the nice thing about the room. Vicky, you shared a scan that she back tested. You can take a look at it. And there's Indo still. So if I saw another one though that was really a big percentage, that could mean that something is down here and now it's starting to move. Starting to move. Well, you didn't backtest that one, okay. Which is fine. I mean, I don't backtest anything. I just want to see the alerts. I don't get too many alerts in any of my windows, any of my scans. So, it's just a matter of clicking on the alert, seeing what's happening. Well, my goodness, Macy's now, I mean, I said 24 may hold it. I mean, that is kind of the area that may hold. I mean, the low is 24.30 right there. There's a low right there of 23.81. So, I mean, that might hold it. But look what it did. I mean, it sold from 28 down to 24. Well, TPX, I'm not in it anymore, but another one that is retailer getting thumped. Yeah, it's just marketing, Senna. It's just showing you that if you bought an annual plan, that's what your monthly would work out to, okay? It's just marketing. You don't pay, it's just marketing. Do I agree with it? I don't know. But all they're trying to show you here is that if you bought an annual plan, remember you can apply the 20% discount still. All they're saying is that annually it's $19.99, but you'd get a 20. You can, if you're new, you can take a 20% discount off that and that. If you did that, but let's just say you paid $2,000, that would work out to $160 a month. But you got to pay the annual up front. It's just trying to show you that's what it would be up front, or not up front, but on a monthly basis if you paid the annual up front. Yeah, a little bit of marketing. Okay, that's what it means. Give me a moment here. I just want to ask a question here. Today is Tuesday, so marketing meeting at 2 o'clock my Eastern time that I'll be attending. Give me a moment. Boy, Macy's. Whew. All right, guys. Wheat. Wheat is still strong. WEAT. It's only 15% above an all-time low, but it's almost at a 2-year high. Well, I'm sure the market will be affected on the update, White House update regarding Russia and Ukraine. Now it's rescheduled to 2 o'clock. Okay. It's been delayed. Okay. Just one moment, please. Oh man, guys, I mean, the market just continues to drift down here. Just continues to drift. So I don't see any sort of bounces. Haven't seen DCFC. Yeah, a little bounce. Just how much? But this, of course, is one of those crazy ones from a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, when I'm talking about bounces, I'm talking about coming off the bottom. I'm not talking about like strong stocks that have pulled back a bit. I'm not talking about that sort of a bounce. I'm talking about stocks that have been beaten up most of the day. Yeah, this Indo could be interesting going into the close also. I'd be watching this, if it takes out this high here, it sounds crazy to wait for that, but, traders are always looking for stocks like this when they, tear through the high of the day, and they could keep going with that sort of a float. Again, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing that I may do, but I kind of watch for things like this. Meanwhile, MRO, probably Oxy, probably so many energy stocks are just moving down, down, down. They must be thinking that this Russia-Ukraine thing, I don't want to say over, but easing of the rhetoric, I don't know. So Cam, I've got those three little IPOs. I wonder if they'll launch this week. I put my price alerts in already. Oh, I've been mentioning this one, but you know what? Wheat, WEAT, just continues to move higher here. You know, here's another one. IGT is, breaking down. My stem is just a snooze alert right now. But I'm not getting out of it. There's no real reason to get out of it. I just want to see if it has a big collapse later. Well, Deutsche Bank, which I mentioned earlier. Boy, I mean, this is a pretty strong move down with that float, 2 billion in the float. Macy's. Like, did Motor come up in any inside? We don't have an inside trading scan, Otagal. Okay. I know we used to have an insiders tab, but we got rid of it because it wasn't timely enough, and I know they want to add it. It's just not priority right now. Well, plus this is obviously a buyout, right? MTOR is a buyout, I guess. Must be a buyout. Oh, that's right. I've got it listed here. Yeah, MTOR is a buyout. I doubt it. Futures, I doubt it. Now, in the future, okay, in the future. Well, the future is the future, so I guess anything is possible. It's just, it's just not talked about at all. Here's a stock that is starting to run a little bit. This AMPL, a little bit of a. The only reason I see it is because I have it thumbnailed. Of course, this one got hammered on earnings. Right here, trying to come back a little bit. The high of Friday was 2069. So I guess in theory, if it could take that out somehow, the next high is 2618. So, it's possible. Boy, I mean, all these energy stocks, MRO, VET, RRC, they're just showing up on my gap continuation and reverse. Gap up, reverse. Okay, so Otagal, what I do is I always have my single stock window up and running, okay? So what you can do is you can have just news on its own. So when you click on an alert, you can see the news immediately rather than having to click on it. Okay, I mean, if I'm looking at VET, I could, obviously just do that and see if there's any news. Or I could have this tab. I can just duplicate this window and have news all the time if that's what you want. But I will, caution you, our news is not like necessarily the most up-to-date. It's good, but it's not necessarily the most up-to-date. I use Interactive Brokers. If you have IB, I probably use their news feed. I'm not saying nothing wrong with our news, but it's not meant to be sort of that absolute late breaking news. But certainly you can click on the news. So I mean, if motor, you mentioned, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube room, so MTOR, and you can see 11 things to know about the acquisition setting Meritor soaring as an example. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, down, down, down goes the SPY. Wow. Yeah, I mean, we're getting some, I'm getting some alerts from Zach's bounce play, but I mean, come on. If the market keeps doing this, I'm not saying no bounces will work, but you're just going completely against the market trend. And any bounce you get may be very, very minor. So, oh man, TPX. Another new low for TPX earnings play. So this could be really interesting tomorrow. We're talking about continuation on earnings. So, I mean, unless the market really rebounds or something tomorrow, but even if it does, I mean, TPX, obviously, the reaction to its earnings, not good at all. So on a monthly chart, you look here, might be some support around 26. Remember at the beginning, the Russia stocks were starting to bounce a bit. Here's one, YNDX. Look what was happening pre-market, or a bit of a rally. Market opened, bit of a rally, and now. So my guess is that if we look at RUSL, or RUSL, probably going to look virtually the same. Little rally. Yandex, of course, as an individual stock looks worse, but this is what's happening. But this is the one that trades a lot more, RSX. Okay? Though it seems to be flattening out a bit. Yeah, you're right. Macy'S finally reversed a bit. And it got down to that. Well, almost to the penny. 24.30 was that low, and the low is 24.26. So it got down to that low, and actually, not a bad bounce, but I'd be very, very wary of it bouncing more. And low has earnings tomorrow, but this is already probably built into Home Depot's earnings. Why would Lowe have better earnings than Home Depot? Well, this market is picking up speed on the downside. CYH Here's another one that underneath 10 reminds me a little bit like STEM, except STEM was an all-time low. This is not an all-time low. There might be some support around 870 or so, so that's got some room. This market is just, picking up steam on the downside. TPX, I mean the retailers, yeah, TPX. Fluor, let's take a look. And Fluor, of course, completely different sector, but big engineering company. Well, the market knows something. I mean, this is just a massive sell-off. And XLE, look at this. Look at this candle here for XLE. That 15-minute. Just picking up steam, guys. I'm looking at some of these Yandex, YNDX, TPX, CYH, just picking up steam on the downside. Oh man, I wish this were an all-time low. This should all be all over this one. The CYH. This looks like there might be a little bit of support around 966 on that bottom of that monthly candle. Of course, this is a healthcare stock. That should be a fun marketing meeting today at 2. Of course, SDS, an ETF, you want to short the market, you buy SDS. One way. All right, so I was asked how to change a symbol on the chart. This is from our YouTube room. So anybody else also kind of stymied by this? Left click on the chart. Left clicking on the chart just so Trade Ideas knows what chart you want to be in. Okay, so you left click on the chart. Then most of the time, I'd say 99% of the time, if you just start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. And then, of course, you can just click change or hit enter on your keyboard, and there it is, okay? I would say that is 99% of the time. Now, if you left click on the chart, and then when you start typing, the change symbol box does not show up, then when you left click, hit the space bar on your keyboard, and that should bring it up, okay? And then you have to type in the symbol. Let me know if that worked, Michael. Okay, Michael, did that work? Talking to somebody again in our YouTube room. Okay, great. Well, the name of the day. All right, STEM. Yes, it's even showing up in my gap continuation or reversal scan. And it's staying. Well, maybe that's where I saw it first anyway. How many lines should a VWAP have? Well, the VWAP is the VWAP, so I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, there it is, and it. I don't know what you mean by that. How many lines should it have? If you're talking about on the charts, I don't know because I don't use the VWAP on the charts. I mean, the VWAP to me is just the VWAP. It's a, it is a single number that of course fluctuates all day, but I don't use it on the chart. So it should, in my opinion, probably just a single line. Wow, look at this move on this market. Okay, yeah. So with ours, it's just one line. It's not like Bollinger Bands where you have an upper and lower. With ours, anyway. Yeah, I think most of us we just look at that single like the number. Okay, I think most of us when we're looking at the VWAP, we're just looking at that number. Okay, and of course on a line, I guess if you put it on the chart, you should see something like that number. But again, I don't use the VWAP on the charts. So this is so 2 o'clock is when the White House is supposed to talk. Is that right? So if that's the case, we could get some fireworks at in 4 minutes or so, maybe. 2 minute or beyond. Okay, thank you, Pepe. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement up. I'll be muting myself. Very soon. Give me a moment. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna mute myself right now. It is now almost what time? At 1:59 now. So about a minute before this marketing meeting starts. So I'm gonna put myself on mute. If I can answer a question text wise, I will. Otherwise, I'll have to mute myself. Whew. All right, guys, a long meeting. So just in time for me to put myself on mute and keep the room open till 3:30. Obviously out of the stem trade, got a little bit of profit on that. Watch the market absolutely take a rip up. And don't know what was said, but obviously whatever was said from the White House, the market agreed or likes it for the time being anyway. So let me just get rid of the announcement. Yeah, so I don't know what you mean by that. Do what I say, it's good for you. No idea what you're trying to say in our YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm just, now the only thing I'm going to kind of wait on, maybe, well, not maybe, for sure, is the Indo. I don't believe it or not, if the Indo gets a lot of volume and takes out that high at some point, that might get it rocking again. So I'm going to kind of wait on that. Otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'm going to put the announcement in. Actually, before I do all that, I'd be remiss unless I just go over my homepage one more time. So this promo code will expire tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So again, with the link, with my link. All right, so you click on my link and this is what you'll see. So again, just to any questions about what this is meaning, what this means here. All this is showing you, again, it's a little bit of marketing. So there is the annual for the premium. It's $19.99, that's full price, but you can take 20% off that, okay? And all they're showing you is, okay, if you bought an annual subscription at $19.99, this is what it would work out to on a monthly basis. You can't pay by month, you gotta pay up front, but just they're doing some math for you, dividing 12 into $19.99. But actually, you can use a 20% discount, okay? So right now, you can use that Chief 20, same thing on the standard. So that would bring that down to about $800, okay, on an annual basis. Divide 12 into that, and that'll give you what it would cost on a monthly basis. You can't pay by month though, okay? You pay up front. They're just trying to sell it. It's a bit of a marketing thing. Of course, you don't have to take out an annual. If you just want to go monthly, that's fine. You can get that 20% discount for the first month only on a monthly subscription. So these rates have not changed. So the rates that have changed is if you do take out an annual. They have changed quite significantly, especially on the premium. And of course, more information, my homepage. Trade of the week, I do not believe that it triggered GDX, a gold play, gold ETF. I think it had to get down to 33.55. Let's take a look at GDX, see what it did. Did it get down to 33.55 today? And the answer is no. So it did not pull back. That was the email that went out. Said, wait for a pullback to 33.55. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Stock of the day video that I do at noon. Yeah, this is free. And the education that we have. We have the big user guide. You want to learn more about the racing and all? Just click on the user guide and scroll down until you see TI stock race. But the user guide, it is segmented, alert windows, top list windows, also a full table of contents so that you can scroll through or search on. I would also look at the 20 introductory lessons if you're brand new. Goes over all the basic features really quickly. Daily support and YouTube. So when I do close this room down, the main room down, you can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30. Chris Varley will be there. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do shut the room down. And daily webinars, they should start next week again, okay? But you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little series, okay? By Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. And it starts off with what is a stock? And of course my scans, all the scans that I am sharing right here. So you can take a look at, I've created a few scans. Some might pique your interest, some may not. Just kind of take a look at them and see if there's anything here that you might like. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down, shared. Pre-market act as up and down. Okay, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market just to kind of get set for what stocks may in fact be moving all day. So lots of information here, these 2 sections. So save my link, then you can take a look at this anytime you want. And okay, so now I'll put the announcement in. So I'll be on mute. And again, I'll always hop back in if I have to get on the mic. Otherwise, I'm on mute right now.
Alrighty, checking. Video looks good. Audio. And the audio sounds good too. Alrighty, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Shortened trading week that we've got going on here this week. So again, we always do this as a live open forum Q&A. So, fire away those questions for me, whatever they may be. Questions on the software, whether it's charting functions, topless, alert windows. All of it is fair game here. And as per usual, if I'm getting the silent treatment, I'll do what I can to keep you best entertained. Another whipsaw day in the market today. Gap down, we moved up, filled the gap, began to fade, and then I don't know what happened. Obviously someone said something somewhere that the buying machines enjoyed. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about this here in the SPY. We gapped down, we filled that gap, we faded pretty hard for the whole day, and then I don't know what happened here, but that took off. Now to tease something here, and we keep talking about earlier data. So I'm going to go ahead and tease something here, pre-market, and you look there, there's a 4 a.m. on our charts now for some of us anyways. No, you don't have that yet. Hopefully soon we'll be able to get that to you. What soon is, I don't know. Next year, next week, next month, I can't say. The dev team doesn't let me say things like that. But it's here, that I can show it now, not just that I've seen it or anything like that. I've got it on my charts, 4 a.m. data, 4 a.m. Eastern data, so there it is. But something I wanted to note here with the SPY is we had this long tick down here, and we came down, touched it, and bounced right off of it. I mean, for you conspiracy theorists and all you that are concerned about algos and all those things like that, just kind of let me add your tinfoil hats. And don't get me wrong, I'm one of those people that do believe there are buy and sell programs out there that do things like that and predatory algos and stuff like that, but it doesn't affect my thoughts or my trading or anything like that. I just let price and volume dictate, and everything else will fall where it falls. Just stick to the plan, have the trading plan, and stick to it. So, but twofold things that I wanted to show there and tease right here towards the beginning, and see if I can't get anybody engaged by that. Is yes, on our charts we now have internally, and hopefully pushing it out externally to you folks sometime in the not too distant future. There you go, 4 a.m. Eastern time on the charts. So it's coming. There's as they always say, the best laid plans of mice and men and all that. We had some server issues when we first started doing this. We had some hardware crashes and things like that. Servers that had to be replaced, and like everybody else in the world, supply chain crunches and whatnot constrain us as much as anybody else. So, but we're working on it. It's actively being worked on. So, alright, I can see I'm still getting the silent treatment here from you all. So, something else to note for all you pattern people. Call it complex head and shoulders. I was talking with someone last night and started to discuss if this was possibly a head and shoulders. And I said, well, if it's a head and shoulders, it would be a complex, what they call a complex head and shoulders here. This being the neckline. And here's your complex left shoulder, head, right shoulder slightly down. So this is getting some textbook CMT kind of stuff here. Actually, I've just been going over in my studies. What also makes it more textbook is you have this rising volume here into that shoulder, all right? And then we have falling volume coming out of that right shoulder. So it's all very textbook head and shoulders stuff right there. Generally speaking, if the head and shoulders pattern does what it's supposed to do, distance from top of the head to the neck, to the neckline, that's usually what your fall is. So, we've got a line about that. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. If you wanted to argue, you could also say that this is the neckline down here too. So all possible stuff. Pattern recognition, chart pattern recognition becomes very interpretive with human beings in general. So make of all those things what you will. I'm going to stick my line in the sand back up there. So got my yearly pro this weekend. Things are working better. Let's see, it's after hours, but not sure if she's able to do as the market closes. Yeah, I mean, this is, what are you supposed to do in markets like this? This is not for novice traders, I'll say that. I've sat on my hands a little bit more. I had sat on my hands a little bit more. I've been day trading a bunch again, actually, and finding some good ones on the races here, that's for sure. So, races that I've shared out with everybody. But what did I find today that was really good? This was great off the open here for a while. Get rid of this pre-market stuff. This was great off the open here. This one here, I took a trade in this. That worked out very well. That was a great race off the bat. What else was happening earlier for me today? No, not that. I feel like there was a few other races that I saw going on for me today that went well. That must be a buyout, I'm guessing. No. I feel like I saw a symbol similar to that. This was on one of my races earlier today. It didn't win a race, but it was on races earlier today. Nice move for long obesity, I guess. I'm not sure what else to say with that chart. So glad here you're in with us for the year now, K2. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Yeah, we're in kind of a wait and see environment for a lot of stuff too there, K2. So, there's something always moving. Although I felt like the after hours have been a little more quiet recently, other than specific earnings plays. I think a lot of those players that are involved that like to make those early and late morning trades and things like that. I think they've been smacked around a lot in this choppy market, and you're seeing a lot less of that. I can't remember the last time we had an environment really, really like this go on for this long with this much chopping. Because at least with COVID, we crashed essentially, and then it was a grind up from crashing afterwards. It was a really, really a V recovery, and this thing is just, this is just grinding and slopping all over the place for a long time now. And no different here in the RSP. Even more slop and grind and MDY. So I think some of those players those high flyers and things like that are newer market participants. I think that they're getting a crash course in choppy markets. So thanks, K2. We try. We get the good, bad, and the ugly from people on support side of things. Sometimes we could probably handle things a little better like anybody else. So, but we really do try to make that effort. So appreciate those kind words. Calls on WMC. Let me take a look here. WMC. that's a awful looking chart. I mean, um, WMC, you said? Yeah, WMC. I mean, there's not really much to comment on that chart. The thing has no range. It hasn't gone anywhere. And I mean, a $2 range since last June. I don't know. There's just nothing here. It's a long, steady grind. I mean, if you ask me, it's going to zero. I guess. I mean, I don't see anything holding it up. Western Asset and Mortgage Capital Corporation. It's a lot of word salad. Nah, there's nothing I could really say in here, unless they have some kind of big news event or something like that. There's really not much to comment. That arrow says it all. There's no reason for it to stop going down. So there's that. Okay, what else? What else is happening out there today, folks? We're an awfully quiet bunch on me. So, alright, let's mess around and let's build an alert window for fun. Then we'll share it and we'll see what happens in the future. Kind of tough, the kind of alert windows that come to mind to build. Really not a whole lot going on it's tough to find stuff to the long side right now. So, thinking off the top of my head, and if anybody has thoughts, throw them out there for me. But let's see, let's search, let's mess around here, let's do something different. Let's find something different here. We're always building the same things, right? I am, anyways. Let's go with a 30-minute opening range breakout. Let's add that alert. Let's see what this does. And let's see, what do we want to add? What's some stuff we want to add to this thing? We'll give it some price metrics. We'll go with 8 for a minimum price. We'll leave it there. What else do we want today? I always like to, volume today metric just to cut out some noise. And let's give it some relative volume. Let's give it a relative volume of 2. And let's see. What filters do we want to add to this here? I feel like with that range break, we don't really want to add anything else. WMC is going to skyrocket? Okay. I guess you know something that the chart doesn't. And, I say things like that. It's, I have no idea. They could come out with some kind of press release or maybe a merger or buyout or something like that that takes them ripping up to, who knows where. But, I just, as far as that chart goes, there's not a whole lot there. Like I said, it's got a $2 range after, 8 months essentially, 9 months. So all right, looking for things here. Got that opening range breakout. Maybe distance from VWAP 1. Let's add that filter. What are we going to do with this filter? VWAP 1 is intraday VWAP, just your traditional VWAP. Let's say minus 0.1. It's got to be above and can't be below that much below it. Alright, we got some stuff here. I feel like, a lot of the work is done in a scan like this with an opening range break like that. We have a good idea of what we're looking for in what we're scanning just by putting that in there. And maybe, well, we were looking at volume. Let's get back down to volume. Where are you, volume? Where are you, volume? We're at the top. And let's go to 5-minute volume. Let's add that, and we'll say we're doing 2.5 times normal of 5-minute volume the last 10 days. Alright, so what do we got in here so far? We're looking at, we got a 30-minute opening range breakout. Minimum of $8 on that stock. 125,000 shares minimum traded at a 2 relative volume. Can't be any more than 0.1 below the VWAP. And 5-minute volume doing 2.5 times its normal. I don't know, let's just stick with that for now. And what do we want to call this? 30-minute opening range breakout. And there we have it. Let's see if we got anything in here today. And let's run it back for today. Not a whole lot. Well, let's take a look at what came through it. GPK. Yeah, 2043. A little bit of a move on that. $33.89. Not too shabby off that. Whoop, not so much there. It looks like that basically caught the top. Yeah. More than less caught the top. That's a not so fun looking chart. No. Alright. So 84. Well, interesting. 84.81 had a really fast pop after that. A couple bars here like that. So, yeah, if you're fast enough, possibly it was a good alert. If not, not so much. This thing has no range, so it's still a winner for all intents and purposes. And again, I'm kind of just going through an exercise, built a scan, messing around. I'll share it out in a minute, but if folks have questions, please, answer those questions or ask those questions. Do you mean earlier than our platform starts for scanning, Peter? Do you mean earlier than like 6:45 Eastern? I mean, if it's earlier than that, I'm not really, I don't know where to send you then. Possibly your brokers, your broker might have something to look at scanning wise or something like that. If you're looking, at, our current scanning and chart start time of 6:45 Eastern in the morning, then I just send you right to the pre-market channel. Like I would tell you, go new and a docked window. Nope, not a docked window. I'm sorry, docked channel bar. So new and where am I? Docked channel bar. There we go. And I'd send you right over to the pre-market channel right here, and this is where I would send you to. Use this here. Especially with it revamped with the races in it now for the pre-market. Yeah, so this is where I would point you towards, Peter. I'd point you towards a new dock channel bar, and the pre-market channel is where I'd point you towards. And I could, we could mess around, and I can build something pre-market scan wise for you too. So give me a second here to finish up with this scan here, and then I'll build something with you right now on screen, Peter. I just wanted to look at a couple more of these, see what this looks like. HTGC, so 1811. And, again, for stocks that don't seem to have a whole big trading range, some of these are, okay alerts. 2956, pretty all right. Donut, Krispy Kremes. Again, some of these, not massive breakouts, but given the environment we have, actually not some really not bad alerts for a lot of these. VNT, that was on one of my races early today. So let's see, 2536. Nah, not really much there. But if we had a market that was a little more friendly than what we got, 1015, never really got you in any trouble. 1030, I mean, nah. I mean, again, some of these don't have a big range on them, so. KBR, 47, that was kind of a top tick. Yeah, that was basically a top tick. Alright, so I'll go ahead and share this out. Anybody, do what you like, make some adjustments on it. Just doing some exercise here to get the thoughts flowing. So there we go, copy and paste. There we go. And so anybody that wants that, you're welcome to take that. Make it your own, and see where we go from there. See where you go from there. Okay, with that said, mess around with a pre-market alert here, or a pre-market scan. So we'll do it as a top list, so we can use it as a top list and as a race, is what I'll say. So we'll go new, and let's go top list, all right? And let's see, hide unused window specific filters. Let's get rid of those. And so let's sort on change from close percent, because that's what we're most interested in. The pre-market is stuff that's moving up in the pre-market. All right, and window specific filters. Let's make sure we get something that's got a bit of volume in it. We don't want to see, junky stuff coming through. So maybe let's start with 7,500 for shares. All right, so we want to see stuff that's had some movement to it, obviously, but we don't want to cut out everything either, because something all of a sudden can go from, like, let's say 5,000 or 6,000 shares to boom, all of a sudden it's got 13,000 or 14,000 shares trade and starts cruising. So we want to try to catch those things on the earlier side. Relative volume does not work in the pre-market, so we're going to skip that. Change from open obviously is a no. Peter, unless you give me a different price minimum, I'm going to go with since pre-market you want to look at, I'm going to go with a $2 minimum on the scan, but if you want something different, chime in. All right, let's see what else. When it comes to pre-market scanning, I feel like the less is more, because the more filters you throw in there, the less ideas you're going to have returned to you. So that's kind of the idea there. Trying to think of something else that we might want for pre-market, because especially a lot of pre-market trades or pre-market ideas, we don't want to use any kind of filters that are daily filters. And what I mean by that is, for example, we don't want to have something like a daily RSI, because what if the stock has been sold for 7-8 days in a row, or it's down 7 out of the last 10 days? It's going to have a low daily RSI, and all of a sudden today's its day. There's a news release, or they reported a good earnings, or whatever happens to be the case that makes that stock have its day. Well, having a daily filter like a high RSI, daily high RSI, will take us out of the equation. But maybe we go with a 1 minute RSI. Let's try that. And I don't know what this will return us exactly, and the only way we're going to know is using the scan moving forward. But we'll plug some stuff in here, and you take it and throw it in your arsenal, Peter, and you check it out in the mornings. Let's add that filter in a 1 minute RSI. Let's give it a 45. So we know at least there's some buying interest, at least in the last 1 minute, on top of some volume metrics here. And again, I'm kind of just thinking out loud. So if anybody else has thoughts or ideas, something that they want to see in the scan, throw it out there and we'll see how it may or may not work into it. And we'll go from there with that. So again, I'm just kind of thinking of some ideas right now. Um, hmm. What else? What else? Let's scroll around. Let's scroll around. We don't want range. We don't want to concern ourselves with the range and constrict ourselves with those. Options won't matter. We have a change from close sort, so we don't have to concern ourselves with gap. I think consecutive candles in the pre-market is something that we want to look at. You know what? We're going to add this change 2 minute column. All right, because we're going to use that to be able to race on, is what we're going to do. And we're going to get rid of this relative volume column, though, because relative volumes are relevant in the pre-market. You know, Peter, I generally stay away from float because I've come across a few races recently where I traded a couple stocks day trading, and they were like 1.5 billion and 2.7 billion or something like that in the float, and they were just having their day and they were moving great. And so I don't, I try to stay away from the float filter just because I don't want to be constrained by that float filter. Essentially, we're going to filter out stuff that's moving at that time. So whether its float is 5 billion or its float is 500,000, we're going to see it because it's moving. That's why I've stayed away from float recently. I know some people want float like that. I think having those lower float ideas, those lower float scans, I think also something that works better. There's a lot of things that work better in a trending market, and we are far from a trending market at this time. Or I guess you can call it a trend. It's more of a, I don't even know you can call this a sideways trend, to be honest. You can't really put two sideways trend lines on most of the market indexes, to be honest. I don't even know what to call this market other than slop and chop. But anyways, so we add that 2 minute filter because I want to put that for racing. I'm just kind of scanning things around here through. We need VWAP. That doesn't really make sense. I think kind of like it's just real simple, like what we've got going on right here. And that's what we're going to leave it as. And previous day's range won't matter to us. We threw in an RSI for 1 minute. Fun note about Bollinger Bands and bands in general. We scan specifically Bollinger Bands. A lot of people believe that Bollinger Bands are used as a revision to the mean. And if you ever said that to John Bollinger, who invented Bollinger Bands, he would probably light you on fire. Bollinger Bands, their true nature, the way John Bollinger created them, is that a break of the upper band is a buy signal and a break of the lower band is a sell signal. Not meant to be a revision to the mean. I know that's the popular way to use them. That's how most people use them. Just letting you know, if you ever end up at a cocktail party with John Bollinger and you want him to like you, make sure that you let him know that you are aware that Bollinger Bands specifically anyways are meant to be a break of the upper band is a long signal and a break of the lower band is a short signal. That's what John Bollinger intended them for. So just a fun fact for everybody. How you personally use them, I could care less. But Michael Noss is on an email chain with him a lot, and some other guys and gals, that are CMTs all involved in that stuff. And he gets very, very upset when people misuse Bollinger Bands. All right, so I think that's it. That's going to do it for us. All right, so we're in this window specific filter here. We're sorting. This is what we're doing. We're looking at stocks that are over $2. They had to trade at least 7,500 shares today, and they got a 45 on the 1-minute RSI. All right. I don't think we really need anything. I guess, you know what? Let's go with one more volume metric here. Let's attempt this 5-minute volume. Let's add that filter, but let's put a 50 here, meaning it's because we're in the pre-market. So if we're doing less than normal volume over a 10-day average in the pre-market, that's okay, but we want to see that there's some level of volume there. That's the idea behind it. So let's just throw that in there for fun. All right, and we're going to call this pre-market racing from support Q and A. Oops. There we go. And then, sorry, you said, do you just copy and paste that? So, Timothy, I'll show you how to do that in 1 second for saving and sharing to the cloud. So there we go with that. All right. Now, I have no idea what this is going to return us tomorrow. All right. Let's do this really fast, too, before I share this out. Symbols list. Add existing list. Let's go to, let's add you. Let's add you. Let's add you. No, we don't want to get rid of SPACs. I lied. Who knows? There might be a SPAC that has its day, and why not? All right, let's get rid of those. So exclude the following list. Now this won't get rid of all EFTs and warrants, you know, the technology we're working on to try to identify them automatically and add them to the list, but anyways, it'll get rid of some of them for sure. All right. So there we go with that. We're going to, all right, so this is how we save and share to the cloud for you there, Timothy. So you've got this URL I'm about to share with everybody. Copy, paste. All right. And this scan is only really going to work in the pre-market. I mean, you can use it all day long if you want. Oh, crap. Last thing that I forgot to do. What time's it frame? What time? Live always. All right, we're good there. You can use it later in the day, but you're going to get every stock that has traded more than 7,500 shares. And, you know, like, look right now, you know, stuff that's going to be coming through it now, you know, is like, you know, look at this chart. Do you really want to trade something that traded 10,000 shares today? This is my point being that scans are relative to what they were created for. You know, you're also going to have something like, you know, Krispy Kreme that traded, you know, 3.3 million shares today. So my point being is, you know, we really designed this for pre-market, you know, especially early pre-market. So what you're going to do, Timothy, is click on that link that I just dropped, all right? And that's going to bring up a page that looks just like this, all right? And once you have this page here, you're going to copy that URL. All right, we can get rid of that page, and you go File, Load from Cloud, and that URL should be here. If it's not, in the event it's not, all you got to do is paste it right into there, load, and you will have that scan that we just did. All right. Now, my thought behind this is twofold. One, you can have the top list just sitting there and, you know, see what's populating on and off it, of course. The second item that I was looking at for it is racing. So we can come to launch real-time race. And my suggestion in the race is this. We can do a couple different things here. We'll do this first like this. I'm thinking 2-minute change here. All right, we can start with that. That's one race. And you could run multiple races with this too. So run it on a 2-minute change from the based on, and we want a delta value, meaning show me what has a now 2-minute change, not what changed 2 minutes in the past. What's moving now on 2 minutes? I always replace and auto run cars, and you're gonna have to choose, you know, between 1 and 20 cars, whatever you want. All right, and run that race. All right. I mean, right now I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot to write home about, but you know, just showing that as an exercise there. All right. The second race you might want to run from it, and you know, you could have the top list and you could run the 2 different races from that top list. The second one you might want to run is if we go to real-time race, we go based on, I go based on change from close, and then go delta value in that. And then, you set up all the rest of the stuff, how many lanes you want, replace cars, and all that stuff like that, and press play. The idea is trying to capture stuff that has a little bit of that RSI, like we put in there, has some volume that's happened, that's traded today, and has has that change from close that we're also trying to move on it. So, all right, share that out, and hopefully that all kind of, all makes sense. All right. So, all right, looks like you got that. That worked well for you. Excellent, excellent. So, all right, very cool stuff. And then, like I said, just keep in mind what we did there, what we built. That's not going to work on the open. Think about how many stocks will have traded, 7,500 shares by the open. You have an insane amount of stocks on there. Nothing. Nothing jumping out at the actionable. But the idea behind it, especially in the pre-market, is that twofold. You got the list here. You can see the list and what's moving up and down it, and then race it on a couple of different things. Launch a few different races. Launch one race, launch another race. Can you run two races from the same list, or do you got to duplicate the list? Yep, you can run two races from the same list. All right, so you launch one race, and then you can launch another race based on the same top list. Just looking at the data differently in it. The server, the based on and the delta sort. That's how you do it differently. So, all right, we're cooking and cruising along. And then, the other thing you can do too, Peter, is this. All right, and for anybody else. So we've got that we made. So you could go like this. You could, open a new dock channel bar. All right, I'm going to bring that over. Right, and you can bring up the pre-market, and then you could also say, what, I want to see what this is doing, all right, and I also want to see what I have. And you can go, load from cloud, and here's that pre-market racing that we just built, and then you've got, both of these here, all right. And if you even want to take it a step further, just pretend for a second that you like this setup, or that you've made some changes in it that you like, and you want this to be a pre-market layout for you. What you could even do is you could take this here and you could duplicate it into pre-market. See how I've got it right here? So duplicate it into here. Now look, I put that in here, all right? And I could rearrange this however I want. I could stick it with this top list here, for example, and then I can create another race within here from it, all right? And then I could go ahead and I could save this whole thing to the cloud. I could right click up here on the top of the dock, and I go save or share to cloud, and name it whatever it is that I want to name it. All right, and then save it, and that's that. And then I'd have a whole new pre-market setup that I wouldn't even have to load it from the channel bar anymore. I could just load it from my cloud. Is it possible to convert it to an alert window? Absolutely. So let me show you how we do that. So I'm just going to take any old top list. In fact, we'll just do the one that I just built here. All right. And I'll say the first step you want to do is do this. Go new, go alert window, and just bring up any alert window. It doesn't matter what the alert window is, okay? So it's just whatever blank random alert window, whatever your default alert window setting is. Now you're going to right click the top list, and you're going to go to collaborate. That's going to give you this URL here, all right? And you'll copy that, press OK. And then you're going to right click and you're going to go to collaborate, and you'll have to re-highlight this. You can't just delete that in there. So you got to click, highlight, delete, and you're going to paste the URL that you copied from here into here. You'll press OK. And if you come to configure, this is now going to say in the configure, pre-market racing from support Q&A, just like what we built, all right? The only thing now you'll have to do is you have to decide on an alert or an event, because that's the difference between topless and alert windows, right? There's no alert event here, only filters. So it's copied all your filters over, and it selects the heartbeat by default. And the heartbeat is just going to send out a pulse every 5 minutes saying, hey, show me all the stocks that met my filters, and that's it. So generally speaking, I recommend against the heartbeat. To each their own, your account, your trading, you do whatever you want, but I highly recommend finding an alert that coincides with those filters well. You know, there's 100 and something alerts in here probably to choose from, so you know, you can go through those at your leisure and make that pick essentially. But it's as simple as that, and you can go vice versa with the two. Obviously, you know, you can take an alert window and collaborate it into the topless window. Let me know if that all makes sense, if there's something that didn't make sense, if I went too fast, if there's something you need me more in depth about. You know, happy to go back over any and all of that, of course. But that's essentially it. Whoops, do you want to return no alert selected? Yeah, why not? It's going to make me select an alert. So heartbeat anyways, just for fun, I put it there. So, but you can see pre-market racing from support Q&A. And that's how that goes. And awesome, glad you found that helpful, Timothy. Sip of some ginger tea. Give me that extra oomph to get through the rest of the afternoon here. So, alright, we're cruising along. What other questions do you folks have for me? Must be something. Must be something for me. Alright, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. So we built an alert window. We built a top list. We're messing around here. Boy, what a close on the SPY. I didn't even... wasn't even paying attention to it. Interesting. It was short-lived, whatever was said. Whatever got that SPY moving. And what am I referencing? I'm referencing this. And so we pretty much, you know, we went positive, bled, bounced, and right back down again. So, not so great. Take a look at the Qs fast here. Whoops, triple Q, not double Q. Almost the exact same thing. Hilarious. IWMs went positive towards the end of the day. Of course, I'm sure they gave it up. Yeah, almost the same exact thing. I noticed the price on the TI chart is a few seconds delayed compared to the price on Thinkorswim. Is the price not? So our charts have an 8-second refresh. They will soon be a 0.5-second refresh. How soon? I don't know. I was told a few weeks ago. So that's all I can say. But we are moving towards essentially tick by tick times on the charts, or tick by tick price. Half a second is pretty close to tick by tick. We're going to be pulling that in a different way like we do. Well, we don't have it right now. I can't show it to you. But there's a new order entry panel that's going to come into Brokerage Plus eventually. And it's going to have last bid ask on those prices. And it's all going to come as a level one data that's going to be implemented through new server tech with the charts that'll give us essentially the same update that Brokerage Plus has with live data. Question is, what does take in consideration before proposing trades? To jump over one question and circle back to the other one, as far as I know, we'll be on Twitter tomorrow, Timothy. I don't see why we won't be. We've been doing it on Wednesdays at at 3 p.m. Sorry, and then back to you, TRD. So here's the thing: we don't have. What do I want? Where's my? Okay, there we go. So we look at the strategy window here, and these strategies that came in. All right, what you see here for those strategies linked with their win rates right here. All right, they're not historical win rates because the failed bounce strategy that's in there now is not the original failed bounce strategy that went in there. And the next time failed bounce shows up, it will not be the same as the one today. So we don't have a running win percent on it anywhere that I can share anyways, or anywhere that even I can see, let alone share. But this is based on, these win rates are based on the backtesting and optimization that happened over the weekend. And then these ones that have the best, for the most part anyways, come in for the day. So, the issue being here is this, a whole bunch of these strategies that were short got stopped because we gapped down, then we moved up. They all got stopped out on that move up. And, then that happened afterwards. So it was just kind of a bummer. And then also it did not help this trade here. Where is it? INDO. I mean, that certainly didn't help the AI case at all. Going short on something that then goes ahead and makes a 90% move. So, look, as I always say, I say to people, it's the good, bad, and the ugly with the AI. Had banner days on last Thursday and Friday, absolute banner days from the AI those days in slop and chop markets. And then today, she got punched in the mouth. That's all. There's no other way to put it. And there's a few trades that end up winning towards the day, towards the end of the day. But just a lot of stops hit, unfortunately. You had it both ways. You had these long trades that happen early when the bounce started happening, and then next thing you know, the market rolls back over completely. And then vice versa. You have these early short trades that get stopped, and that's the end of them, because they got stopped. Although this was never going to be a winner. So in a long-winded way to finish answering your question, I don't have a win rate for these on a long-term basis, but you can always see what the win rate is them for the back testing and optimization that they come in for the day. The only one that doesn't obey some of these Holly Neo strategies, they just, I don't know, they optimize differently so that they always show up essentially. So hopefully that makes sense, kind of covers what you're looking for there, or as close as that I can give it to you. I can tell you that there is some historical AI that's coming out. Dan references it a whole bunch. I don't have any details on it other than it's going to be able to like look way back on the AI and what it's done as far as alerts go. But that's, you know, if and when any of that comes to fruition, I couldn't possibly say. You know, Dan loves to be on like all the really advanced stuff and talking about it, and you know we don't get to see all that until it comes down the pipe later, because Dan is always several builds ahead of us on a lot of things as far as the tech goes and stuff like that. So, but I know it's like a big thing that Dan has been working on, been a part of bringing up for historical AI. So there is something that's in the works for that, but more details on that, unfortunately, I do not have to share. Period. Not even just to share, I just don't have them. All right, we're back to the silent treatment for me. Let's minimize that. These races are still running. What's the time from a trade taking place at NASDAQ Trading Center in New Jersey to trade ideas to my screen? 3 seconds? No. I mean, if an alert is instant, I mean, they come down to the millisecond. It's traveling at the speed of light. So, it does not take 3 seconds to travel that distance. And if you're referencing, like if you were trading directly through us to, like if you were linked to IB or E-Trade, your orders are going at the speed of light. So, 186 miles per second. 186,000 miles per second, excuse me. So whatever that, I don't have the math on that and the distance and things like that, but you know, it's as fast as humanly possible, or as fast as physically possible, as fast as physics allow, the physics that we understand to this point in time. Where can I find the meaning of the strategies like fail bounce? Where is Trade Ideas servers? We have servers in different locations. We have East and West Coast servers. Most of the servers are out in San Diego. But that's not where the order is going to originate from. It's going to originate from wherever you are. And TRD, you can find... here, let me open up a homepage. So if you come to our homepage, all right, and you go to support, and you scroll down to traders area, and you go to AI strategy descriptions, this is where you'll find what each one of these strategies is looking for. The short ones are got this orange highlight compared to all the rest. If I'm being honest, I can say probably half these I haven't seen in years. I'll go ahead and drop a link there. Yeah, so your order is going to originate from Michigan. It's not, your order doesn't go from Michigan to San Diego back to wherever IB or E-Trade is, back to San Diego, back to you. It's just going to go from wherever you are to your broker, and that's it. It's one direct line. There's no jumping around. So that's the AI descriptions. So it's funny. There's one strategy on here called the Vault. This one right here. And when this strategy first came out in like late spring, early summer of 2018, it was unbelievable the alerts that were coming out of here. And then after a few weeks, we never saw the strategy come back again. It still exists, still inside there, still gets back tested and optimized, but it never back tests and optimizes to make the cut anymore. Right, but our data feed doesn't come directly from Nasdaq actually. So it'll come from our data feeds come from FactSet and Nextcore, and they have servers all over the world. They're one of the two of the largest data providers that exist. Period. So whatever server suits the situation best, I guess. So I'm not even sure how. There's no way to figure that out. I wouldn't even begin to know where to figure that out from. That's where our data comes from. We don't Our data doesn't come directly out of the NASDAQ or the NYSE. So, that's more along the lines of how the plumbing actually works. Is going to be FactSet is our fundamental data essentially, and Nextcore and Nexus is our consolidated price and volume feeds essentially, and from there we turn it into everything. It's not like we don't get RSI from someone else. We get it. We pull in price and volume and turn it into RSI on the different time frames. So yeah, you're doing math way above me, Justin. I am no math wizard. So, but anyways, yeah. So like wake up call. I feel like I saw wake up call recently. Um, but this one early. I think I just saw something like little. I haven't seen little big guy in a long time. I haven't seen Alpha Predator in a very, very, very long time. Interesting. I know DOS is one of those ones that I hope someday we can link to just because they're so popular. Just the problem with DOS is they don't play well with anybody else. Not like the people of DOS, the software doesn't play well with anybody else, unfortunately. So, all right, folks. I guess 4:30 here, coming up in a moment. Sorry, just going down memory lane on some of these because I've, as an early adopter of the AI, as a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm going down memory lane here on some of these when they first, came out, and some of these I just haven't seen in so long. It's been a while since I've seen Sunrise Mover. Engulfing, I can't even remember the last time I saw that. So there's that. So all right, everybody. I guess I'm gonna wrap it up for the day here. As I say, I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern. I appreciate everybody coming in, the questions and comments. Helps make the time pass a lot nicer here, hanging out with you all. Barry opens this stream every day at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time. He gets live on the mic at 9 in the morning Eastern Time. He gives up the stream for an hour on the YouTube side for an hour each day at noon Eastern, comes back at 1 Eastern, takes back over, and then I come back at 3:30. So do this every day. So appreciate all the questions, the comments. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Tuesday, whether it's evening or afternoon for you at this point. And we will catch you back here tomorrow. Thanks for coming, everybody.